Can you please look up this thing?
See if we can figure out something.
Okay, let's give everyone a couple of seconds. It worked. It worked. Oh, the heart. Sorry. I was so busy making sure the portal worked, I forgot to turn off the heart. Okay. Customization, live reactions off, live replay on. Okay. Gotta have live chat replay. I know I haven't done a thumbnail, but first lol. Okay. So I've got earphone says battery low. I've got to wrap up some work. Yes, you can turn the heart off. It's in live reactions. It's really annoying. Emily, I don't feel like I saw you in the last chat. Also, my eyes look dark, but I feel like it's just the lighting. Okay, present, share screen. Okay, now, before we start this, I have to say that this trial is finished. So,
Your Honor, now calling the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus.
So please don't tell anyone what the outcome was if you know it. I unfortunately know it because I had to go look at what it was about. And I'll set up the cat cam soon. Let's just get this cracking. So we're all going into this somewhat unaware.
when I lost. And they were selling crack, and that's where I got my license. No, she said, school was down. Rough. And I'm a good one, she said. So I went to school up there. I tore it down. Which stadium?
All rise.
Which stadium? That's before your time.
Your Honor, now calling the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus Roy Larry, case number 2023-284-940-FC, and people of the state of Michigan versus Marco Bisbikis, case number 2023-284-941-FC. Ready for the jury?
Yes.
All rise for the jury. You may be seated. Mr. Raptoplous, you're still on your own.
Good afternoon. My name is Mitch Rabitwer. I'm an attorney. I represent Mr. Roy Larry. You and I have never met before, correct? Correct. Never engaged in any conversation? Okay. I want to talk about your agreement a little bit. Prior to entering into this agreement, how long were you incarcerated?
Over a year.
Okay. You recall when you got locked up?
August of 22.
August of 2022. And today we heard you met with Mr. Skorinsky sometime in July of 23.
Correct.
And your intent when you were meeting with the prosecutor's office was to determine if they could use you as a witness. Is that correct? It's called a proffer.
Yes.
So before you entered into a formal agreement with respect to what the recommendation or sentence agreement would be, you talked about a proffer. Proffer being, okay, well, I'm going to sit down. What I say to you can't be used against me. And then you were going to analyze what you have to say and see if we can work something out. Is that correct? Do you recall when you finally worked something out?
Months later.
How many months, if you know? Approximately 4 or 5 months. Okay. And you were represented by an attorney?
Correct.
At the proffer?
Correct.
At the time that you arrived at an agreement with the government?
Correct.
Matter of fact, your lawyer's here in the courtroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you, without telling us what you said to him, because it's attorney-client privilege, but he's here to help you get through this process.
Correct.
And keep the deal on the table with respect to what you've agreed to with the government.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Michael Bellotta on behalf of...
Judge, he has no standing, Judge. What's he
I'm
doing?
only objecting on the basis of privilege. I do have standing, actually, to make an objection on privilege. He's asking questions.
I'm asking what he said.
That's not what the question was.
He asked the purpose of me being here. I don't think that's an appropriate question. He did.
In your mind, your lawyer's here to help you, right?
Correct.
Make sure that this deal goes through.
To make sure that I'm okay.
Make sure you're okay.
Right.
Matter of fact, you're here because you want to make sure you're going to be okay, correct?
In a way.
Yeah, because you know that before you went to this proffer and entered this agreement, you were looking at potentially, if you were convicted, mandate from prison, correct?
Correct.
With no parole.
Correct.
And you also knew that you could potentially face federal charges. Is that correct?
No.
You didn't know that? All right. In this agreement that you made with the government, Have you been informed that you will not be charged federally? So your agreement, at least to your knowledge, is you only have a deal with the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office, correct?
Correct.
No deal with the feds.
Correct.
When you were involved in the proffer or at any time during discussions with the government, were there any FBI agents involved?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't have any thoughts or process it, or any thoughts in your mind about what might happen with the feds?
No.
Do you feel that you're going to get charged by the feds down the road?
I don't know.
You don't know. So you're entering into agreement without knowing whether or not the feds are going to charge you.
Correct.
Okay. You know, if the feds charge you with the solicitation of murder, you could be looking at the death penalty. Do you know that?
I didn't know that.
Oh, you know it now, right?
Yep.
Okay. So your deal basically is, for your testimony, you expect to be out of prison in 4 years, correct?
If that's what God wills.
I'm sorry?
That's what God wills.
That's what God wills. Isn't that your... I got it. So God wills it. Well, you're in control of what goes on here, correct?
I'm in control of telling.
You're in control of your own fate with respect to how much time you're going to do in prison. Is that correct? Do you agree?
No,
You would agree.
I would
You've
not.
already been locked up for what, 2 years?
Going on it.
So if you get 4, you only got 2 left to do before you're eligible for parole. Is that correct?
Essentially, yes.
So when the government or the prosecutor, Mr. Skrinsky, says you're going to get 4 years to something that the judge decides as the top of your sentence, right?
Correct.
Which is called a cap, commonly called a cap. You don't know what that cap is going to be, right? It could be 4 to 10, 4 to 20, 4 to whatever,
Correct.
right? But what you're concerned about is the 4, because the 4 is when you become parole eligible. The 4 is when you get to walk out,
Okay.
correct?
As far as I know.
So what you're hoping for is the 2 you've already done, coming in here today, talking about all this stuff. Another 2 years, you're back in the street, correct?
Essentially.
All right. And the reality is you told us today you were a pretty instrumental cog in the wheel as it relates to what occurred here, correct?
I suppose.
Well, you went out with Mr. Darnell Larry and had a plan to kill the Hutchinsons, correct?
Correct.
All right. You scouted different areas to determine what would be an appropriate place to kill them, right?
Correct.
You drove Darnell Larry around with the idea that you're going to smash into the Hutchinsons and Darnell's going to get out and shoot them, correct?
No.
You didn't have that plan?
No.
That was just a discussion.
Yes.
Okay. That was one of the...
That wasn't something that I was going to run my car into.
Okay. Who was going to run their car into him?
No. Or whoever he had.
But you were going to be there to help him get away or be around him or do whatever it takes to assist him. Is that a fair statement?
Right.
All right.
Yes.
So you didn't have any problem with killing these people, right?
No.
Okay. And is it a fair statement to say that Darnell didn't seem to have a problem with killing them?
Correct.
Matter of fact, in your proffer, you told the government that Darnell was gung-ho to do this, that he really wanted to do it.
To protect Marco.
Well, I don't care what his motive was, but he was there. He was willing to do this, right?
Yes.
And he wanted to do it.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, when the plans or whatever you guys were doing didn't really go through, he was a little disappointed at one point in time because he didn't get to kill him, right? Is that what you said in your proffer?
I don't remember that.
Okay. So you told Mr. Skrinsky that there was approximately $200,000 on the table,
Yes.
and that 100,000 of that was going to be split between you and Darnell Larry.
Correct.
So you would agree Darnell Larry, in your discussions with him, was motivated by money?
No.
So the money had nothing to do with it.
Back end.
I'm sorry.
Bonus.
So he was just in it to kill somebody because.
No, he was just in to protect
okay.
Marco.
Let me ask you this: You stated that Darnell Larry titled the car in your name, correct?
Correct.
And that was so he could obtain Social Security disability, correct? So that was fraudulent activity. You agree? Pulling fraud on the government?
Yeah.
And you're up for that? Didn't have a problem with that, right?
Didn't really think about it.
I'm sorry?
I didn't really think about that.
Well, if he puts a title in your name and you're the beard, you're the front man, so that he doesn't have assets, and you know that you're hiding his assets so he can get money from the government, you would agree that's fraud, correct?
Suppose, yeah,
So that's being dishonest. Do you agree?
sure.
So both you and Darnell are not, well, let me put it this way. So you're agreeable to go along with that plan or scheme as far as defrauding the government, correct?
I didn't see any harm in it, so yeah.
Okay. And Darnell obviously didn't have a problem.
Where am I? Pause. We missed some. This is going to be the preliminary hearing. Wait a sec. Let me make myself. Okay, Winchester can be full screen for now because I need to not show everybody where we're at. Okay, that should be better.
Good morning, be seated, please. Persons are here, persons are here. Everyone all set?
Yes.
All right, calling 220236 people versus Angelo Raptoplous calling 220310 people versus Marco Bisbikis and calling 220159 people versus Roy Larry. Appearance on behalf of the people, please.
Morning, Your Honor. My name is John Skresge, here for the people.
Morning, Green and Broad Commission people. Rick Blanco on behalf of the people.
On behalf of the defendants, Mr. Thomas.
James Thompson, Scott Ruark on behalf of Mr. Bisbikis.
And good morning, and may it please the court, Richard Taylor on behalf of Mr. Wood.
Mr. Blat.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Balaga on behalf of Angelo Raptoplous.
People ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Your Honor, there is one preliminary matter. I want to acknowledge receipt of the item that we spoke about yesterday. The prosecutor is serving with that. There has been a request for the immunity agreement or castigar letter from the United States that was issued to Marissa Hutchinson. I have not yet received that. I'm entitled to the statement, I'm entitled to the motivation before I get into it with her, and I don't know whether or not we're in a position to say that you're going to give it to me.
Judge, I was told by counsel for Marissa that she could not give it to me. So I can't get it. That's the only way I can get it. I can't get it. It does not apply to this hearing.
It absolutely applies to her motivation for testimony. This is as we have heard from the officers in this case, this is a continuing investigation. They are working in conjunction with the FBI. The FBI has been involved in the interrogations of Mr. Darnell Larry, and there was an indication of a possibility that the case might go federal in the interview on the videotape. A person who is a witness in a case has a right to waive whatever the privacy concerns are for purposes of either the investigation or the grand jury. Before she testifies, I should want to be prepared to get into the information that is motivating her testimony, is facilitating her testimony, it may be part of some bargain, which I can't know until I see the document. She has gotten immunity from prosecution here. We know that we had heard that she had immunity from prosecution federally. And I think that we're entitled to that. And if we don't get it, then I'm going to ask you to bar her testimony.
Response, Mrs. Swinsky.
I don't have the letter. Like I said, I was told I could not have it. As far as whether she's got federal immunity in testifying here, I can't tell you that. I don't know.
Can I ask a question?
I certainly couldn't grant that. The only thing that any immunity that I know about here is with this court, which has issued an order of immunity on the motion of the people. That's all I know about.
And you have that information, correct, Mr. Thomas?
I do, but it's not enough. He has an obligation under Kyles versus Whitley, not only to give you what he's got, but is readily available. He has agents. It's United States Supreme Court precedent. He has agents in this case that are federal agents who are working in collaboration with him on this case. He can easily ask for it. Okay.
I did.
And they said no. Then I'm going to move to bar her testimony.
Okay. First of all, when is she going to testify?
Well, she'll be the second witness today. Her attorney is supposed to be here at 1:45, although I think she'll be with a different attorney when she comes. But Lane Socko is her attorney, and she's supposed to be here at 9:45. At that time, she can explain, why she can't release this letter to me.
I can't rule on it without more legal authority. I appreciate that you say that I can bar it based on your understanding, but if we have to take a break and you have to brief it, or at least give me the authority so I can make a ruling, we'll do that. But I'm not going to do it until Ms. Socko gets there. I can't. You're basically giving me hypotheticals. You haven't given me any authority other than, and I'm not suggesting there is authority, but it certainly isn't an issue that I know off the top of my head, but certainly I can figure it out with some authority.
So I'll try and give you what you need.
That would be good. And who are you calling now?
Daniel Vittori.
Okay, so let's call.
We have a quick sidebar before we begin the testimony. I don't know what the order is going to be, but I wanted just run a couple things by you, so I don't run afoul of
Good
anything.
idea. Yeah, you can go. So what do we need to turn off? Yeah, we're going off record. Let's make sure everything. But how long is this gonna be? I can move it into full.
No, it's just, sure.
This is muted, that's why I'm asking. That's why I just asked.
Oh,
Make sure everything's muted.
Given
Look at this,
We're in blackmail on a bike.
and how long have you been?
I know you and I. Yeah, no, that's why I said the same thing. I just want to clear it.
Okay. Officer Patrol? Ready for Officer Patrol?
We have another people called Daniel Patora.
I think someone went to the. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about giving this man should be the truth.
I do.
Have a seat, please. State your full name for the record. Spell your name for the record, please.
Daniel Batora, last name is spelled B as in boy, A-C-O-R-A.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Good morning, sir. What is your occupation?
I'm a sergeant for the Oak Park Public Safety Department.
And how long have you been employed that way?
I've been an officer for going on 16 years.
Okay. Let me point out the date of June the 1st, 2022, and the hour of about 12:36 p.m. on that day. Do you recall that date and time?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. At that date and time, what happened?
Our 911 dispatchers dispatched the reports of shots fired and a man down in the area of the Taco Bell at 21350 Greenfield in Oak Park.
That's in Oak Park?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you got that, where were you when you received that dispatch?
At that time, I was a detective assigned to our detective bureau.
So you're here.
I was here in the building in our detective bureau.
What happened then?
I responded to the area with another detective, Detective Paul Deskowitz.
Okay. What, you arrived on the scene?
I didn't go directly to the scene of the shooting. I went to the area.
Okay. Where did you go? Exactly where did you go?
So the shooting occurred at Miller Street and Greenfield Road. I went to the area of James Street, which is 1 block north of Miller, and began to check the area east of Greenfield.
Why were you doing that?
Our dispatch had reported that a possible suspect was seen fleeing towards those apartments in that area, described as a black male on a bike wearing a hat.
So did you arrive on James Street?
I did.
Okay. What happened when you got there?
There was some gentlemen standing on the front porch of a house right on James Street, just east of Greenfield. I asked them if they had seen anything, and they said they did not see a shooting, but they did point us out a vehicle, a white Mercedes-Benz that was parked just east of that location that they thought might be involved because they saw somebody run from that vehicle.
What happened then?
As we went to investigate that vehicle, our dispatch reported that there was another caller, I believe a mail carrier, reporting that they believe.
Well, don't tell us what the mail carrier said, but you did get another dispatch?
Yes, sir.
And then pursuant to that dispatch, did you do something?
Yes, I went to the area of 15325 James Street.
Okay, and when you got there, what did you see?
I saw a male subject that, as we approached, he saw us and he looked like he was going to try and move away from us or run, but he physically couldn't. I could tell that he was injured, and he matched the description that we were given. We exited our vehicle.
How did he match the description you were given?
So the second caller had reported that the person was a black male wearing blue jean type pants and like a gray shirt or coat, something of that matter, and he matched that description.
He was wearing that?
He was wearing, yes, dark pants and a gray shirt.
Okay. Do you see that man that you saw wearing those clothes on that day in court?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you point him out what he's wearing?
So he's right in front of me wearing the orange Oakland County Jail suit with, he's wearing glasses.
Okay. Would the record reflect that witnesses identified the defendant?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you come to know his name?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what's his name?
He told me his name was Roy.
Roy, okay. Can you tell, at that point, what happened?
So we had approached him and secured him in handcuffs, and I asked him what happened, and he told me that he'd been shot.
He'd been shot?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do when you heard that?
So looking at him, I saw that he had blood on his hands and arms, so I began to check him for a gunshot wound while asking him what happened.
Did he tell you what happened?
He told me that he had been at the Taco Bell on Greenfield attempting to buy marijuana from a subject, and while doing that, two white males had pulled up in a vehicle, and one had gotten out and had punched him, and then as he ran from the scene, they pursued him in the vehicle, and he was struck by the vehicle. Yes.
Okay. All right. When he told you that he had been shot, did you check for a wound?
I did. I began checking him for a gunshot wound and could not find one.
Okay. You didn't find a wound?
Eventually, I kept asking him to narrow it down because I couldn't find a gunshot wound on his body, and eventually he told me that he thought his ankle was hurt, and then I checked his lower left ankle, and it was clearly broken.
Okay. And it was obviously broken. You could see that?
It was obviously broken, yeah.
Okay. I want to show you what we have marked as exhibit number 64. Well, first of all, let me ask, exhibit number 36, I want to show you. Before I show you that, did you ultimately receive any kind of a transmission from Detective Green?
Yes. Later on in the investigation, Detective Green said
How much later in the investigation?
it was, I would say, an hour, maybe hour and a half.
Okay. After you confronted Mr. Roy?
Yes.
All right. And what did you receive from Detective Green?
A screenshot from the security video of the suspect in the shooting.
Okay. And when you saw that picture, did that match the person that you had in custody?
Yes, I reported to Detective Green that the person we took into custody was a person in the screenshot.
Okay, so can you look up to your left and look at the screen, exhibit number 36? Is that the individual?
Yes.
Is that the picture that you received?
Yes.
And that was the individual that you had in custody at the time?
Yes.
All right, now, does that individual, you quoted Mr. Roy Larry, does he look the same today that he did on that day?
Yes, his might be a little more gray, but yes.
Okay. All right. And I want to show you exhibit number 64. Do you recognize those things, sir?
Yes, that was the clothing that he was wearing that day.
All right, so can you describe what that consists of?
Dark blue, I believe they're jeans, a gray, like what I would call a medium gray t-shirt, I believe white and gray socks, black tennis shoes, and then I'm not sure what that wadded up white clothing is.
On those shoes, they got little silver buckles on them?
Yes, I did see that.
Okay. And those were the clothes that Mr. Larry was wearing when you approached him in front of the apartment on James Street?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And exhibit number 65, I wanted to show you for a moment. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, that's Roy Larry.
That's Roy Larry. Okay.
Yes.
And that was a picture of him taken at the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and exhibit number 66?
Yes, Roy Larry.
Okay, and that's the same person that you arrested?
Yes, sir.
The same person that was wearing the gray t-shirt, the blue jeans, the black shoes with the buckles?
Yes.
Same person?
Yes.
And the same person that had a broken hand?
Yes, sir.
And he told you you'd been hit by a car?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing for you. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, before I get to this, you did, I have nothing for you.
No questions, Judge.
Mr. Sullivan?
Your first encounter with Mr. Larry was based on a mail carrier call of someone in need of assistance, am I correct?
The call was that they believed somebody involved that we were looking for. My understanding of the dispatch was somebody that we were looking for, they believed was in front of 15325 James.
Okay, but I thought you indicated there was a UPS worker that was there on the scene. The person was in need of assistance.
Our dispatch reported that a mail carrier was calling and reporting somebody they believed to be involved in front of 15325 James. That's what we were responding to, and they provided the description.
And when you got there, you saw someone there in need of medical assistance or in distress.
Well, when I got there, I saw somebody that clearly wanted to run from me and couldn't. When I approached him and we took him into custody, he told me he'd been shot. And then I in fact, called for paramedics to respond because I had somebody that was reporting that they had been shot. And I began trying to find the gunshot wound while talking to him about what happened.
Okay. And you indicated that you saw blood on his arms and the clothing that he was wearing. Am I correct?
I saw blood on his hands and arms.
Okay. And then upon your further investigation as relates to the medical attention, you inquired in terms of what happened to him.
Yes.
And he described to you an incident that took place and how he got injured. Am I correct?
Yes.
When you got near the person, did you see that person with a hat on?
He did not have a hat on.
He did not have a hat on?
No.
Did you see any gloves around the person?
He did not have gloves on, no.
And he clearly was not on a bike at that time.
No, sir, he was not.
Did you find any weapons of any sort in or around the area that you encountered the person that was in?
Did I find any weapons around Mr. Roy Larry? No, I did not.
As it relates, you indicated that at some point medical personnel came to the scene and transported Mr. Larry, or the person that you were encountering on that day. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when he was initially transported, let me ask this question. Let me ask it a different way. How long after you came in contact with him did the medical personnel come and transport him from that?
So they were, this will be recorded somewhere because they have to do a report. I would say that it was probably around 15 minutes, it felt like, while we were out there, because actually a storm came through and we were rained on pretty heavily. But then the ambulance arrived on scene, they began treating him, and then we had to transport him to an ambulance cot, a gurney, and then get him into the ambulance. And then the other detective I was with actually stayed with him when he went to the hospital while I stayed at the scene.
So the best estimation is your initial contact from him leaving the scene in an ambulance is approximately 15 to 20 minutes.
Well, from the ambulance getting there, and this will be documented in a report by the ambulance that responded, but my best recollection is it was probably about 15 minutes because there was already one ambulance on the way for the other victim in the shooting, and then another ambulance had to be dispatched to me because he was reporting that he was shot when I called to them. So I would say it's about 15 minutes before they got there.
So it wasn't until you made contact with Detective Green approximately an hour to hour and a half after the person was transported from the scene. Am I correct? So the medical person.
So that's my estimate. That he was already gone from the scene. Yes.
Okay. And then at that point, I should ask this question. When he was transported from the scene, he was not a suspect in any homicide or any incident that had occurred. Am I correct?
At that time, well, so I don't know if you want me to get into this, but
no,
at that time,
I don't want you. At that point, you had got a call of somebody being injured or possible person involved. You get there. Within 15 to 20 minutes, he's transported from that area. Am I correct? By medical personnel.
Well, it's not that quickly that he's transported. It's about 15 minutes, I believe, before the ambulance gets there. It's a little bit longer before they leave with him because they treat him at the scene. We have to get him in the cot. They have to get him ready for transport and then take him. Prior to that happening, we had a witness to the incident come to where he was at.
Okay, I don't want you to get into what any witness said or anything of that nature.
Okay.
The question was, I guess I should stay to this question. After you made, I just want some clarification. After you made contact with him, let's say 15 minutes, he's transported from that area. Am I correct? Or let's say another 15 to 20 minutes.
This again, it'll be documented in the ambulance report, but I would say it's about 15 minutes before the ambulance gets there. It's probably another 10 to 15 minutes before they leave with him.
Okay. And you don't make contact with Detective Green until approximately an hour and a half after that. Am I correct?
It's approximately an hour and a half before I get the text message screenshot. I believe there's that time difference.
Thank you. No further questions.
I have no questions.
Judge, will you indulge me to let me ask a couple questions?
Sure.
All right. You've been an officer for Oak Park Police Department for how long?
I will 16 years this year. Although all of that wasn't with Oak Park because I actually worked here for 5 years. I was laid off. I went and worked for the East Lansing Police Department for 2 years. And then I came back to Oak Park, and I've been back at Oak Park for going on maybe 9 years this year.
You're familiar with Hutch's Jewelry?
I'm sorry.
You're familiar with Hutch's Jewelry Store?
Yes, sir.
It's in Oak Park, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with any calls to Hutch's Jewelry relating to crimes and violence?
In terms of like assaults or
People
shootings?
being assaulted, crowd control issues, anything relating to that?
Not that I've investigated, no.
Were you involved in the investigation regarding a gentleman who tried to break in?
Yes, a couple, but yes.
I didn't notice that last part you dropped.
I had two that I can think of, one I investigated and one that I assisted in investigation.
Which was the one that you investigated?
I investigated a breaking and entering where 4 male subjects overnight broke through the glass in the business and stole some jewelry. And then I assisted another detective in an investigation that occurred where actually an adjacent storage facility used by the jewelry was broken into.
Were you engaged in one where there were prosecutions?
So in the second investigation I assisted with, there was prosecutions. In the first investigation that I was the OIC on, I know that there's ongoing prosecutions in that case. I'm just no longer in charge of it because I'm not in our detective bureau anymore.
What was the name of the defendant?
The defendant in the
One that you investigated,
So the
that there's
defendant-
an ongoing prosecution.
I believe warrants were just obtained. I can recall one name as, I believe it was Tito Wilkie. The other name, it escapes me, but I believe 2 subjects have been, I think warrants have been issued for 2 subjects in that case.
Do you know the name Tafar AR?
I believe that is the suspect in the investigation that I assisted Detective Beasley with.
Is that a third one, or is that?
That's the second one I was
That's the
referring to.
second one you're referring to. Do you recall if that went to prosecution?
Yes, he was arrested.
And do you recall whether or not there was a disposition in that case?
That I do not know.
Do you know from your involvement in the case whether or not there were any threats made as a result of the prosecution in this case?
No, I do not.
No one asked you that, Detective Beasley or the officer in charge?
Asked if there were
If there was any threats towards Hutch?
No, I've never been asked about
And you never were asked by private investigators about threats towards Hutch?
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Anything further in light of that, Mr. Smith?
Just one question. What are the dates of those incidents, if you recall?
I can't tell you the specific dates, but both were, I believe, months before this shooting occurred.
Okay,
The one I investigated, I believe, was several months before.
okay. Have you developed any kind of connection between those people that were involved in those incidences and the shooting?
No, sir, I have not.
Thank you.
But no one asked you about that?
I'm sorry.
No one asked you to develop a connection?
I'm not aware of any connection that's been developed. I never was
No,
asked to
that's not
develop.
what I
a connection.
asked.
No, I was not. I never developed a connection myself.
That's not what I asked. Did anybody ask you about the incident and whether or not there was any connection to Hutch and violence?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, thank you.
Officer, you are aware of this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you were involved in the investigation of this shooting, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that those break-ins were at the place of business of the victim in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you what did you understand? Did you ever understand that there might be a connection between those 2 things? Did you ever consider it?
Absolutely, there could be a connection. There was never any part of my involvement in this investigation for this shooting that suggested that there was any connection to any previous case.
So we're summarizing the back and forth. While you were involved in the case, no one ever did pursue a potential that violence occurred to Mr. Hutchinson as a result of some person who was charged for some crime relating to his business.
I did not pursue.
And no one to your knowledge did.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Are we done?
Nothing further.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, please.
Yes, you may. Thank you.
So is
Thank you,
the
Your Honor.
next witness,
Would be Ms. Hutchinson. Thank you.
and she's expected here in about 5 minutes, is that what you want?
She is here, but her attorney is not here yet. We'll speak about that later. So I think she's 5 minutes away. If we could have a short adjournment.
Take a short recess. Do you want to leave the prisoners? Do you want to transport them? What do you want to do? Okay. All right. I'll take a short break.
All right. Never mind.
I'll know in 15. I'll have an answer in 15.
You want to go outside and make a phone call rather than say. It doesn't help me. Anything in this?
Hey, Jim?
I have.
No, not me. I did not touch. I don't touch anything with the media. We just let you guys. Do.
Jim have your number?
Are you serious?
Yeah, she's
Okay. So we've talked it through. We've done
This is my pitch. So you just
I told him yesterday. What was your chance? Hitch. No. Oh, it's 11. I thought. No, I was looking at the U.S. but they said U.S. That's nice. Okay. Thank you.
I'm reading it with you. Do you have a copy?
That's the only thing, that's the only copy.
Oh.
Which you can't.
On the third floor, when you come to the back doors, first floor, that used to be
Well, there used to be just police officer waiting room right now.
No, that's, no, I'm talking about. This door doesn't lead up to it. That's where court counsel is. Yeah, I just, no,
You're gonna have to
they're
show.
straight ahead.
Well, everyone keeps. I'm gonna connect to the mic.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm in the game.
That can be true.
Both can be true. Oh, good.
Hi to everyone who's just joined. I had to pop out for a little. What's happening here? I'm hearing myself. Had to pop out for a little, but I am back here, even though you can't see me, because there's a Phoebe there.
All right.
All right, calling 220236, people versus Angelo Raptoplous, 220159, people versus Roy Larry, and 220310, people versus Marco Bisbikis, appearance on behalf of the people, please.
My name is John Spetsky for the people.
Brady Broad, we have the people who are cooperative with people.
And James Thomas on behalf of Mr. Bisbikis.
Richard Taylor on behalf of Roy Larry.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Michael Bellata on behalf of Angelo Raptoplous.
Okay, the record should reflect that we're getting an opportunity to go, we were on the record, but to resolve some outstanding issues that have now been resolved. And it is my understanding, do you need to make a record, Mr. Thomas?
Your Honor, I want to thank you for allowing us to go on the record in another place. We submitted case law, reason and common sense reared its ugly head, and we now all agree.
Shut. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Your next witness, Mr.
We do, Your Honor. At this time, people call Marissa Hutchinson.
Again, I'm right in the seat, sort of gonna be careful the wires. Before you sit down, raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter. Want to state your full name for the record
Marissa Hutchinson,
and spell your first and last name, please.
Marisa Hutchinson.
Okay, as I'm sure you've been told, you're going to be asked questions by prosecutor and defense attorney, you are not being magnified in any ways, but you're being recorded, so you have to keep your voice up. And if you do an that people sometimes do naturally, you'll just be corrected. Okay? Okay, thank you. Mr. Swinsky.
Good morning. Ms. Hutchinson, did you know a person by the name of Dan Hutchinson?
Yes,
And who was that?
my husband,
Okay. How long were you married?
16 years.
Can you tell us in June of 2022 about where you lived?
Pleasant Ridge?
Okay. And was that on Woodward Heights?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us on Woodward, that runs right into Woodward, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And on the corner of Woodward and Woodward Heights, what is located there?
On that corner, there is a funeral home, there is a retail shop, and there's a bus stop.
A bus stop.
There's a bus stop.
Okay, thank you. You have any children?
Yes.
And how many children have you?
I have one daughter,
And that's Marley?
and that is Marley,
How old is she?
16.
Okay. Do you remember what Dan's telephone number was?
Yes.
What is it?
248-730-0706.
Okay, thank you. Are you engaged in any kind of a business?
Yes.
What kind of a business?
Retail jewelry.
And can you explain that to us a little bit? Help us understand what kind of a business that was.
Well, we sold all types of jewelry, rings, watches, pendants. We did a fair amount of custom jobs, so people would come in with an idea of a pendant that they would want, and we would make that in diamonds and gold. So it was fine jewelry.
All right. Was it expensive jewelry?
Yes.
All right. Can you give us price ranges for your jewelry?
Well, I would say starting in the $500 to $1,000 range on the low end, up to maybe $50,000 for even $75,000 for certain pieces and certain watches.
Okay. So it's fine jewelry and it's very expensive jewelry.
Correct.
Okay. Before we go any further, I want to go through something with you, and that is that you are testifying here today pursuant to an order of immunity. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was issued by this court for this procedure. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that order says that nothing that you testify to here today can be used against you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it further says that whatever kind of information that derives from anything you say today cannot be used against you.
Yes.
Okay. It's not like you're absolved from anything that you did or ever will do, correct? You
Correct.
understand that? Correct. Okay. And it was the prosecutor's office that applied for that order of immunity on your behalf. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So where was your jewelry shop located?
It was on Greenfield Road in Oak Park.
Okay. There's a pawn shop that we're talking about in this case. Are you familiar with that too?
Yes.
All right. Did you own that? Did you and your husband own that?
Yes.
Okay. Where is that located?
23180 Greenfield Road
That's in in Oak Park?
in Oak Park.
Okay. How far away from the jewelry store is that pawn shop?
It's about a mile south.
Okay. And your pawn shop, the pawn shop and the jewelry store on Green?
Correct.
All right. And do you know where the office of Marco Bisbikis is?
Yes.
Where is that located?
That's on Greenfield Road as well, on the other side, so that's Southfield, and I think that's 13 mile.
13?
South of 13 mile, yeah.
Okay. And you said it was the other side of the street?
Mm-hmm.
So is Mr. Bisbikis' office on the west side of the street?
Yes.
And your pawn shop and your jewelry store are located on the east side?
Correct.
Okay. And how far away from that pawn shop is Mr. Bisbikis' office?
Well, the pawn shop is just north of 8 Mile, and he's just south of 13 Mile, so 4 to 5 miles.
Okay. Were you involved, did you have any other kinds of businesses beside the jewelry store?
No,
Did you, well, for example, did you sell anything by Cartier?
oh, yes,
All right, and did you have a business that was involved in selling those things?
yes. So it operated within the jewelry store.
It was located in the jewelry store?
Yes, H2 Optics, so it was an eyewear company that operated within the jewelry store, which allowed us to have that Cartier account.
Okay, why is that?
Because Cartier won't issue an account to jewelry store. You have to be an eyewear company.
Okay, and that's for selling a particular Cartier item, is that right?
That is for selling, yes, only glasses. The Cartier account pertained to only glasses, so.
Glasses frames?
Frames, yes.
Okay, so you had a separate business entity that took care of selling that product?
Correct.
Okay. That the pawn shop that you owned, was that at the time on June the 1st, was that open?
No,
Okay, had you purchased that from another person
yes,
that was a pawn dealer?
correct.
Okay, and what was that person's name, do you remember?
Ray Fox,
Ray Fox.
also known as Pay Benny.
Okay,
That was, yeah, what he went by.
all right, and what was the name of that store before you owned it?
I believe it was Pay Benny, that's what was on the building.
Okay, and it was a pawn shop?
It was.
Okay. Did you also own some properties, H&H Properties? Do you know what that
Yes,
was?
so H&H Properties was the LLC that my husband formed with a high school friend of his. And with that, we purchased a property in Marathon, Florida.
Okay, what kind of property?
A vacation rental that exists within a resort.
Okay, was that like a seasonal rental for you or?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
all right. Now, do you know Marco Bisbikis?
Yes.
Is he in the courtroom today?
I will stipulate to ID, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you. How did you know Mr. Bisbikis?
Mr. Bisbikis came to be our attorney maybe 5 years ago or so. And we knew family members of his that, as it turned out, I'm not sure if they're actually related, but they were referred to as cousins. But I think that term has been used loosely.
Okay. How did you recall how your relationship, you and your husband's relationship with Mr. Bisbikis started?
Well, it started, I believe the first case that, is that what you're asking? The first
Right,
case,
yeah.
the first case that Mr. Bisbikis represented us for was, he helped my husband get his right to carry a firearm back.
Okay. All right. Do you remember who referred you to Mr. Bisbikis?
So his cousins, that one of his cousins worked for us a long time ago, and
One of Mr. Bisbikis' cousins?
yes,
Okay.
Yanni Sekalaris, and then also Alex Sekalaris. He didn't work for us, but he was around. He had a relationship with my husband where they would buy and sell coins.
All right. Mr. Sekalaris, on June 1st, he was driving the silver Mercedes that pulled up next to your vehicle at the
Yes.
time of the shooting?
Correct.
Okay, so you knew Mr. Sekalaris?
Yes.
When he pulled up next to you, did you know who that was?
Yes.
Because of the car?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Now, your husband and Mr. Sekalaris, they were actually in business together?
I mean, sort of, very informally. Alex knew collectors of coins, and the nature of their business was that my husband would give Alex money to buy a coin, and then Alex had ways to sell them, certain coin shops in the area, and whatever profit they made off of that, they would split between the two of them. So my husband would fund it, Alex would do all the footwork, and then they would split the profits.
Okay. Did there come a time when that arrangement ended?
I mean, it would go up and down.
And why is that?
Alex is an interesting person, and his personality is up and down, and his mental state would be up and down. So
Okay. Does he suffer from some type of mental illness?
he does, and takes medications, and sometimes he doesn't take medications, and so that can create instability. So
Did Mr. Secularis and your husband, what was their relationship like? Was it friendly or not?
it was friendly, and I think the best way to describe it would be that my husband was kind of like a big brother to him. And he would get annoyed by him because of his inconsistencies and his instability. And my husband was a very busy man with the business, and Alex was just kind of wild at times. So sometimes my husband had patience for it, and sometimes he didn't.
Was there any type of violence between the two of
No.
them? Or any animosity?
No.
Okay.
Annoyance maybe, but not.
On the part of your husband?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Would Mr. Secularis come often to the store?
Yes.
How often?
Some days it would be frequent. Some days he would come through and leave and circle back through, and just kind of, like I mentioned, the instability would show itself sometimes, and yeah. And,
Okay.
and then weeks could go by, months could go by, and you wouldn't see him.
I see. Okay. Do you know a person by the name of Angelo Raptoplous?
Yes.
Is he in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point him out and tell us what he's doing?
He's right there in orange.
Stipulate it's Mr. Raptoplous.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, do you know a person by the name of Roy Larry?
I now know who Roy Larry is.
And on June the 1st, 2022, did you know who Roy Larry was?
No.
Okay. I mean, at some point, I'm sure on that day you.
Right, no. Prior to June 1st, I had no idea who Roy
No.
Larry was.
Prior to June 1st, did you know who Darnell Larry is?
No.
Okay. Would you know Mr. Roy Larry if you saw him?
Today I would.
Oh, because of what's been on TV and things?
Yes.
Okay. Is he in the courtroom too?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
When you said that you were one of Mr. Bisbikis' clients for about 5 years, was he always located in that office on 13 in Greenfield?
No, he is not.
Where was he before that?
Farmington?
Okay. And is that the only office that you knew that he had before?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, did you have exclusively an attorney-client relationship? Did you and your husband have an exclusively attorney-client type relationship with Mr. Bisbikis?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did you ever socialize with Mr. Bisbikis?
There were times, yes.
All right. You and your husband?
Yes.
All right. And he and his wife?
No.
Just he and the three of you?
Correct.
Okay. Well, can you help us understand what the relationship between Mr. Bisbikis and you and your husband was like?
Well, it started out with the case that I spoke about. And then it turned to, there was a case pertaining to, of all things, my dog that he represented us on. And then it turned into, he kind of became general counsel for the business. So things that came up, he would advise us, or he would handle subpoenas. So we would get subpoenas throughout a couple, maybe one or two a year, pertaining to mostly forfeiture cases for clients of ours.
Forfeiture isn't like drug forfeitures?
No, it would be, we wouldn't know the nature. It would just say we would have to verify that we did in fact sell this piece of jewelry to a person and maybe put a value on it.
So you would be receiving subpoenas as a value expert, for example?
Correct.
Did you ever have to testify in court about that?
No.
Okay, but that's what the subpoenas would be from.
Right, correct.
All right, would any of those be criminal subpoenas?
I don't,
Subpoenas that are summoning you in a criminal case
No.
as opposed to civil case?
no.
Okay. Besides, how often would you and your husband speak with Mr. Bisbikis?
Can we have it, one or the other, not both?
Well, for example, yourself, how often would you speak with Mr. Bisbikis?
I'll try to answer. I guess it would depend on things that were going on. Sometimes it would, when business was very busy, we would speak maybe weekly, or my husband spoke to him a lot more than I did, but I was present for a lot of the meetings that we had with him.
And they were about business?
Yes,
Okay. Did you trust Mr. Bisbikis?
yes,
Completely?
completely.
When you had Mr. Bisbikis do work for you, how would you pay Mr. Bisbikis?
It started, there were a handful of invoices. It started, like one would expect, he would invoice us. So I don't ever remember like an initial retainer that we gave to him. But as our relationship with him, lawyer-client relationship with him moved on, it became a lot less formal with the billing and invoicing, and invoices weren't really present anymore.
So there was no bill and there was no receipt for payment of the bill?
Right, there are probably some receipts out there, but for the most part, most of the payments that went to Mr. Bisbikis weren't invoiced or documented.
All right, how would you pay him?
There were cash payments.
All right, you would pay him in cash?
Yes, sometimes, most of the time, yes.
Did there come a time when the nature of your jewelry business changed, when the income from it changed?
Yes,
Can you explain that to us?
yes. Well, I guess once the pandemic hit,
So that would have been about 2020?
correct. So maybe, I guess the easiest, it tripled. Our business tripled from 2019 to 2020.
Can you tell us what kind of income the store had prior to 2020?
So like the revenue, the yearly.
Yes.
So in 2019, the business did approximately 7 million. And then in 2020, it did 21 million.
Really?
Yes,
And how long did that increase last?
for 2 years.
20 and 21?
So 20 and 21. And then 22, it started to taper off.
Okay. So for those 2 years, 20 and 21, would you estimate that the revenue was about 40 million?
Yes,
Okay. Now, when your customers would come in to your shop to buy things, can you describe? Would you have ever have cash transactions with
Yes.
customers?
yes.
All right. Can you explain a typical cash transaction? Well, let me ask you this. Did you report all of your revenue from your business in years 2020, 2021 to the IRS?
No.
Okay. And why not? What brought that about?
So, so there's certain paperwork that has to be filed with the IRS for sales that are over $10,000 cash. And
Those are called, what do you know what those are?
it's an 8300 form.
Okay.
And an 8300 form requires a license and a social security number from the client, from the customer. And some of our customers were unwilling to comply with that, and we would let them slide.
In other words, you would take more than $10,000 in cash for a
That is correct.
transaction?
That is correct.
Okay. How many times would you think that was done?
I don't know. I don't know.
More than 20?
So, Judge, can I interpose an objection? I need to have a better foundation about whether or not this is from her knowledge and experience, or whether or not this is something that someone told you.
What was your duty at the, your duties at the shop?
Her duty.
Your duties, that's what it said.
My duties at the shop, I floated. I floated, but they mostly pertain to administrative, back of the house stuff.
You mean back office?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yeah, back office. I would, every month I would prepare a package for our accountants and I'll take that to them so that they could prepare our sales tax forms.
What kind of a package were you preparing?
So in that package, it's check stubs, bank statements, credit card statements, and then with that, they would prepare the monthly form to mail to the IRS.
I didn't hear you mention whether you prepared some kind of report on cash or something.
So there was a portion of our business that was not accounted for in the 20 million. So of the 20 million, approximately 20 million that we did in 20 and 21, our business was about 60 to 70% cash.
In 20 and 21?
Yes.
Okay.
But there was also an additional side portion of the business that was accounted for in that number.
All right. And would you, when you're preparing this package to take to an accountant and you had 60 to 70% of your business in cash, would you be reporting all 60 to 70% of that, of the cash? Would you be reporting all the cash that you had received as revenue?
So that's two separate questions. One is reporting the cash, or then it says all the cash that you received. So I'm not sure what the question is, but could we break it up into two separate questions, please?
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to get this straight. You said that about 60 to 70% of your business was done in cash, correct?
60 to 70% of the business that we reported was done in cash. 100% of the business that we didn't report was cash.
Okay. All right. And that percentage of what you didn't report, which was cash, about what was the value of that?
I would say anywhere from 5 to 10 million.
Okay, so you would have all this cash that you would report to your account, but then you would have 5 to 10 extra $1 million of cash
In those years, yes.
in both 20 and 21.
Yes,
So that's anywhere between 10 and 20 million in cash that you did not report. So where would that go?
so some of that money would just get reinvested back in the business. We would buy inventory or equipment for the business. And then at that time, we started taking some of the cash to All Law,
And All Law is whose law firm?
Marco Bisbikis.
Okay. So you would actually transport actual cash?
Yes,
How did you carry it?
in a backpack or in drawstring bags. In a bag.
Okay. And would it just all be stuffed in the bag, or how was it packaged, the money itself?
The money itself, we would do it like the bank does. So we would strap, if it was hundreds, there were stacks of hundreds and $10,000 stacks. And then with the stacks, we would kind of bundle it in $50,000 or $100,000 bundles.
Okay. Can you, so these were bundles of cash, $100 bills or whatever denomination. Was it mostly hundreds?
It was mostly hundreds.
Okay. And that would be packaged in the manner you just described. And then you put it in a backpack or a drawstring, and then you would take that to Marco's office.
Correct.
All right, well, whose idea was it to take it to Marco's office?
So I'm gonna ask for a foundation that she has personal knowledge or the source of the knowledge, so that I can make an objection if it's necessary. If it's from her own personal knowledge, I have obviously no objection.
Well, it sounds as it is, but
Maybe,
You have personal knowledge of whose idea it was to transport the money to Marco's office?
Yes.
Whose?
Marco's.
And how was that idea, how was that conveyed?
Marco explained to us that over time, this could go through a trust account, a lawyer trust account. It was also referred to as an IOTA account.
IOTA?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
And that because of lawyer-client privilege, the origin of that money could not be questioned.
Okay. So he wouldn't have to disclose any questions?
Correct.
He wouldn't have to answer any questions about
He
that?
further explained that it's quite often for clients to receive settlements and want to remain anonymous and not want to have the details of these sort of settlements be known to the public. And that with these trust accounts, with this IOTA account, you could make that happen.
Okay. Did you tell him, or were you present when Dan told him where this money was coming from?
Yes.
All right. So what did you explain to him? Or what was explained to him?
Well, it wasn't just one conversation. It was just over time. So as the business grew, this became a problem, and
Which became a problem?
the cash.
The actual cash itself.
Yes,
Why did that become a problem?
because it's not safe to have millions of dollars in cash.
Okay.
And
Stored at your store?
correct.
Where, did you have a safe or something?
Yes,
And that's where it was?
correct.
All right, go ahead.
So yeah, like it wasn't one single conversation. It was just two people that, Marco and my husband would talk about business, and it just came up.
And were you there when
Yes.
Okay. And so how did it come up that, you mentioned to us before that you would, like, when you made a transaction with someone, you would report, and the transaction was cash, that you would report some of that cash, as you were required to do, but another portion of it was not reported, and you kept that.
Correct.
All right, you said that, I forget the percentage that you said. What percentage of the cash did you not report?
100%.
Okay. But no, but you,
Oh,
yeah, out of all the cash that you took in, you said,
60, and that remains the same. So about 60% of our business, 60 to 70% of our business is still cash that has invoices that document it, and then tax forms at the end of that. It's all accounted for
okay,
through our accountants with the IRS, and yes,
but you're talking about $20 million for 2020 and $20 million for 2021.
correct.
That's the stuff that's not reported.
No.
That's accurate.
No, so the 20 million
I'm sorry, yeah,
and
you
20
said, I'm
million,
sorry, yeah.
has so this is all our taxes, our business taxes, and our business forms will show 20 million with the IRS, with, and then in addition to that, there was, and it's an estimate of maybe 5 to 10 million that happened outside of that.
Okay. Did you or Dan ever tell Marco that this was money that you were not reporting, that you were not turning in the proper A300 form to the IRS?
So
Yes,
she can testify what she saw, not what Dan saw, unless we already get it.
Just break it down.
Okay, when the two of you were there talking to Marco, did you or Dan ever explain to Marco that this was money that you had not filed 8300s for when you were actually there?
yes,
Okay, you told him that.
yes,
Okay.
yes,
One of the two of you told him that, but you were there. Is
yes,
that right?
correct.
All right. So did he express, what did he say to that? That's illegal money. What did he say?
He didn't seem to have a reaction.
And he still continued to represent that this cash would be safe in an IOLTA account.
Yes,
All right.
or trust.
All right, an IOLTA account or a trust account, okay. How much money do you think that you took in cash to Mr. Bisbikis over those 2 years, 2020 and 21?
It was in the millions.
I'm sorry, she dropped her voice, I'm sorry.
It was in the millions of dollars.
Okay. And now some of that money that you took to him, you asked him to, what, did you ask him to do anything with the money besides just put it into the account?
Yes.
Like, for example, what did you ask him to do with the money?
So specifically, he wired money for real estate transactions.
That you were involved in?
Correct.
Okay. Like what?
The pawn shop. So the pawn shop was a $600,000 purchase that Marco conducted for us through the account.
And that was a cash, that was 600 in cash, 600,000 in
Correct.
cash.
And yes,
So the pawn shop itself, we'll talk about that a little bit more. But before that happened, were there any other kind of real estate transactions that you asked him to use the money, the cash you had given him?
yes. So we had a secondary home that there was still a mortgage on, and so he did that. He wired the money for that, the payoff. At the time, we purchased a house in Oak Park, where my father currently lives. And
Was that on Talbot Street?
yes,
Okay.
correct. And there was a balance on a boat financing that he paid off for us.
Were there any properties in Florida that he was involved in?
There was one in Panama City Beach.
And what was that about?
That is a condo of my mother-in-law's.
Okay. And how, did you have a home in Florida?
Well, the property that we talked about, the vacation property with H&H.
H&H, okay,
Yes.
H&H Properties, huh?
Yes.
That was that house?
No,
Okay, well, that was a,
that's a different, yes. So that one is in Marathon, Florida, H&H.
all right, H&H. And he wired some of that cash that you had given him to complete the transaction on that house?
So I don't remember. I wasn't there for the closing for that.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if he did that
Okay,
one
well
or
then
not.
don't tell us something you're not sure about.
Yeah.
But there was something else in Florida besides that and the condo?
Right, so H&H Properties, I'm not sure about. But the property in Panama City Beach, he wired the money for that transaction as well.
Okay, that's,
And that is my mother-in-law's.
that's, okay. Was any other property there?
No,
Okay. Now, how about any real estate in Michigan besides the house in Oak Park?
yes, there's a secondary home.
And where is that?
Port Sanilac,
Port Sanilac?
yes.
Okay, so he used money that you had given him, cash money, and wired it to somebody to close on that house?
So we had already closed on it and owned it and, but there was a mortgage. And so he paid off the mortgage
Okay,
through the,
and that was with that cash?
yes.
All right, and did you pay him for these services that he was rendering?
Yes,
Was he on a retainer amount or did you pay him by transaction?
it was incredibly informal. My husband would literally take a stack of hundreds and give it to him. And by stack, I mean $10,000 here, $10,000 there.
And when he did that, did Mr. Bisbikis give you a receipt?
No,
Okay, so he was just giving him cash and there was no record of that.
correct,
All right. Was that done purposely?
yes.
Why?
Well, whose purpose?
On your part, on your part.
Yes,
What was the purpose?
because of the origin of the cash, it didn't make sense to have a tight ledger of all these transactions and where it came from, where it went. So it was, what I observed was basically a gentleman's agreement with the money and
Between whom?
between my husband and Marco.
And was there any kind of a written accounting or did they keep a tab or something? How did you know what the balance was?
So what I observed was, it was as informal as, they would jot down a number on a piece of scrap paper or a piece of junk mail that would be sitting on Marco's desk. That number would be, so if it was $2.3 million, they would put 2.3, they would both look at it, nod and acknowledge it and move on. So that would be like our balance.
And was the transfer of the money itself equally as casual?
Yes,
When you got there, I mean, would you take the money out, put it on the desk or something?
no.
What would that look like?
It would be bundled up and my husband would hand it over and tell him how much was in there and Marco would acknowledge it but it was never taken out and counted in front of us or.
Okay.
No.
Would you be the one that would band it?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you an exhibit. It's exhibit number 79. and ask you, first of all, you know the person in the picture,
Yes,
and who is that?
that's Marco Bisbikis.
Okay, now you've seen that picture before, correct?
I have.
All right. And you looked at the banding on those bills,
Yes.
and what can you tell us about that, about the bands?
What I can see there, is consistent with how I would prepare the money. And those are bundles of $100,000 each.
Each one of those bundles is 100,000.
Yes.
So, do you know about how much that is?
It looks to be about $1 million.
Okay, $1 million in cash. Do you know where that picture is taken?
That is taken at Marco's office in Farmington.
Do you recognize anything on the desk that allows you to say that?
Yes.
What is it?
So there's a bottle of hand sanitizer on that desk. And I remember using it at his office, and he gave me a bottle of that, and I have a bottle just like that in my office at the jewelry store right now.
Can you walk up to that and point as best you can to where it is?
Right here.
That's it. Okay, so that's a bottle of hand sanitizer.
Yes.
And he gave you that?
Mhm.
All
He
right,
gave me one, yes.
yes. Okay. Now, in addition to the clients that you have, the kind of clientele that you had, what was your clientele like? Can you help us understand what your clientele was like at the jewelry store?
Well, we have a lot of clientele. Some of them, I would say the majority of our clientele is maybe like 25 to 35-year-old males, 20 to 40. And some of them are rappers, some of them are athletes, some of them are professionals.
Did you ever have people at your store who you knew were involved in crime?
I wouldn't know firsthand, but I can assume that some of them might be.
Why would you assume that?
A lot of people post a lot on social media, so you can pick up on some of their activity with that, but it's not something people would openly talk about because that's not, but yeah.
And you had no information about the origin of their money, your client's money?
No.
Okay. But, now, did you offer any type of service, I think I would say, to people that you had as clientele regularly? Any kind of financial service?
Yes, so sometimes if we sold clients a piece of jewelry, sometimes they would come back to us and say, I need money for a minute. And so we would hold their jewelry, they would take the money and then come back in however many weeks and get it.
Like, can you give us an example, just a range of like what was the value of the jewelry that they'd be giving you and what was the value of the money you would be giving them?
So if they brought back a piece of, so the money that we gave them wouldn't necessarily be representative of the value of the item. So if they could bring us back a $20,000 chain, but say, I need $2,000 for, 2 weeks. And so my husband would give them $2,000, throw the chain in the back, and
was there any kind of receipt or any kind of record of that?
informal, yeah. But there was some sort of.
And the informality of your record keeping, was there a purpose for that?
Well, it felt like a very gray area of the business, and so yes.
What was the purpose?
I think that it was beyond the scope of a retail jewelry store to be doing that. I now understand it to be beyond the scope of a retail jewelry store. We were advised by Mr. Bisbikis that as long as we did not collect interest on this sort of transaction, that was okay for us to conduct it like that.
Did you and your husband speak with Mr. Bisbikis about all aspects of this business?
I don't know about all aspects, but there was very open communication between my husband and Mr. Bisbikis about the business. Yes.
Now, when the person that had borrowed the money came back with the principal, would they do anything further besides just return the money when they came over to the store?
Not to my knowledge.
Would they buy more jewelry, for example?
Oh, it's possible.
And you had no idea what the money that they were asking for was used for?
Correct.
Okay. And did you want to know?
No.
Okay. Do you have any idea do you have any idea in times that you went over with your husband or by yourself to Mr. Bisbikis with money, do you have any idea how much actual cash that you gave to Mr. Bisbikis?
That would be a very hard number to come up with. The best way I can answer that is that at the time of my husband's death, Mr. Bisbikis had $2.4 million of ours. And of that $2.4 million, it was our understanding that $2.1 million had been invested in a film deal.
Okay. Now, you came to know that full $2.1 million was not invested in a film deal. Is that correct?
I did come to know that.
Okay. Your Honor, we have stipulated to the admission of exhibit number 80, which is actually an email communication between myself and Frank DiMartini, who was the attorney for the production company that produced this movie. And I asked him certain questions, and he answered those questions in writing in this email, which has come into evidence. And I would just like to read part of this in evidence. One of the questions that I asked him was, did the investors in the movie include any of these? Marco Bisbikis, who appeared in the movie, Daniel Lee Hutchinson, Marissa Hutchinson, or Detroiters Executive Productions, LLC? That was the question, and the answer was none of the above, other than Marco Bisbikis, through two entities which we believe he either owns or controls upon information and belief, not as an individual. And then he says, details below in question 2. So in question 2, I asked, if so, how much did each invest? And he wrote back, All Law LLC and Bisbikis Law LLC wired the money to the El Bravo Films LLC in separate tranches, totaling $900,000. The wires were sent as follows: $200,000 on February 18th, 2022, $300,000 on February 24th, 2022, $50,000 from Bisbikis Law LLC, and $250,000 from All Law LLC, $100,000 on February 28th, 2022, $50,000 from Bisbikis Law LLC, and $50,000 from All Law LLC, $200,000 on March 3rd, 2022, $100,000 from each entity, and $100,000 on March 10th, 2022, $30,000 from Bisbikis Law, and $70,000 from All Law LLC. And the final question I asked him is, when did the shooting of the movie take place and where? And he replied, the movie shot in Las Vegas, Nevada, from February the 14th, 2022, for approximately 3 weeks. Okay, and
What was the total of all those transactions at the 900,000?
that was 900,000. Would the court like to see the exhibit?
Please.
And we agree.
Whose suggestion was it to invest? First of all, did you know what the name of the film was?
Yes, the name of the film was Skeletons in the Closet.
Okay, and do you know who was supposed to have been in it?
Yes, Cuba Gooding Jr. and Terrence Howard.
Do you know anybody else that was in the movie?
As it turns out, Marco Bisbikis.
Was actually in the movie. Okay. Is that what he told you?
That is what he told us.
Okay. Now, were you there when he mentioned investing in this movie?
Yes.
Go ahead. Tell us what was discussed. What did he say?
We have a time frame, please.
When was this? Do you remember?
I don't. I believe the investment was presented to us early spring. The finalized investment was presented to us early spring of 2022.
And when you say presented to you, what do you mean?
Well, we had talked informally about investing money in a movie
With
Marco Bisbikis, and he had told us about prior films that he had done with other friends or associates of his that had gone off well, but he said that that was more in the $300,000-$400,000 range. This came up abruptly from Mr. Bisbikis. He said that investors had pulled out of the movie. He explained to us that there was an insurance policy on this, that once the film was wrapped, into post-production, that the insurance policy would kick in and there would be an automatic 10% return on investment in addition to your initial investment. And that was once it hit post-production. Mr. Bisbikis also told us that in addition to our $2.1 million that we were investing in the movie, he was matching $2.1 million. So $4.2 million total investment is what he said that we were doing for the movie.
But only 900,000 was invested.
Only $900,000 ended up being invested.
Okay.
All of my money, none of his.
Now, there came a time when did you ever get any money as a result of this investment?
No.
Okay. And did Mr. Bisbikis ever tell you that he had not invested the full $2.1 million of yours, but only 900,000? Did he ever tell you that?
No, never.
Did he ever return any of that investment to you?
No.
Now, there was an agreement, and this is exhibit number 81, Your Honor. And he wrote up an agreement between, and this was after the death of your husband, correct?
Correct.
And what was the purpose of this agreement?
I was pushing to get something on paper. I told him it was very important to me because that's a large sum of money, and with everything that had happened, I was very uneasy about having that much money unaccounted for. And so I asked him to bring together an agreement, bring to me an agreement that I could sign.
For what?
Attaching me to the movie. This is after I found out that Mr. Bisbikis was involved in my husband's murder.
when you say you found out he was involved, what do you mean?
I had hired private investigators. And they,
Objection to what they said.
Yeah, don't tell us what they said, but it was as a result of having hired private investigators?
I received a report from them.
Okay. Was that
And they were-
report turned over to the
Yes.
Oak Park Police? Yes, okay. So you received a report from them, and without telling us any of that, but because of that, you developed the idea that he was involved.
Correct.
Okay. So you wanted this agreement in order to him to confirm that he actually had $2.1 million of your money.
Correct. In addition to an additional $300,000 cash.
And what was that, 300,000?
At the time, I thought it was in his IOLTA account. He informed me that, in fact, it was cash because he thought that my husband was going to need it to conduct business at the pawn shop, which we had just closed on a month earlier. And so he said, well, I don't have that in the account. I have it in cash.
Okay. And so what happened?
So we agreed several different days for him to drop that cash off at the jewelry store, but he never followed through.
Did he ever make any comment about where that $300,000 was located?
Yes.
What did he say?
He referenced Fort Knox.
Fort Knox?
Yes.
Had you ever heard him use that expression before?
Yes.
Did he ever explain what it was?
Yeah, it was a nickname for a place where he claims to have held, large sums of money.
For example, your money?
For example, our money.
Okay. And he dubbed that Fort Knox?
He dubbed it Fort Knox.
Okay. And he said he'd have to go to Fort Knox to get your 300,000 cash.
Correct.
All right. And did that ever happen?
That never happened.
So you never received your $300,000 back?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you've never received your 2.1 million back either,
No.
right? Okay. Would the court like to see the?
Yes, please.
Okay. And for the record, it's page 1, paragraph 2.2, which sets out that agreement. The acknowledgement.
Your Honor, if I can?
Yes.
Is that a signed document?
It does not appear to be signed.
So,
Would you like-
can I voir dire?
You've stipulated to this though, haven't you?
Stipulated the document, but I'd like to voir dire her regarding the authenticity of the document.
Well, I wasn't finished answering the questions. He can do it if he wants. I wasn't going to get into that.
Do you want to wait for Mr. Spinsky? If not, you will have Mr. Tom.
This exhibit 81, you've seen before. Well, you want me to show it to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yes.
And this, the date of this is executed is July the 1st, 2022, is that right?
If that's what's on there, yes,
This is after the death of your husband.
correct.
And you were working with your private investigators at that time to try and get him to submit something to you in writing? Is that what you said?
I don't know that my private investigator, yeah, maybe with the private investigators,
It says that the consideration, where is that in this document? Paragraph 2.1? Is that correct?
consideration.
You see on the second, it says actually page 1, but it's the second full page, and it's under the caption 2.1.
Yes,
Who drafted this document,
Marco Bisbikis,
and when did he give it to you?
after my husband's death, I'm not sure.
Was it after July the 1st?
No,
Was it before the July the 1st?
I believe so, yes.
And who was present?
Robert Truskowski,
Who is,
who is an employee at the jewelry store,
and
myself,
anybody else?
Marco Bisbikis. The three of us were present in the office, but I also, it was during operating hours at the jewelry store. So,
But I'm just talking about as it relates to this document.
so the three of us were in the office.
Was it ever signed?
My lawyers told me not to sign anything because I now have new representation. Of course, when I found out that Marco Bisbikis was connected to the murder, I needed to retain new attorneys.
Well, you were told that he was involved in the murder.
And I was shown supporting evidence to tie him to Mr. Darnell Larry, who he denied
And who showed you that?
Facebook,
Who showed you the Facebook?
my private investigators.
So you were relying on your private investigators to determine whether or not Mr. Bisbikis was involved.
Yes, they showed me a document connecting Darnell Larry and Roy Larry, the shooter, to and another woman, I don't remember, to a home in Detroit.
Okay.
So that was all the evidence I needed to know that I could no longer have Marco as my lawyer.
Okay, so I want to be as clear as I can about this. This is going to the document. This document, does it say anywhere in it skeletons in the closet?
I don't know.
Well, I'll give you a moment to look, because they're offering it that this is in consideration for a movie that had already been produced and in the box.
I don't know that, Mr. Johnson. Nothing I've heard suggests that. This has to do with cash.
Well, Judge, if you take a look at the exhibit that was produced to you, not that one, and then that was previous, that is signed by Mr. DiMartini, the lawyer for Al Bravo Films. At the bottom, it'll tell you in March, the movie was in the box.
No, I understand that.
Well, you said you didn't know.
I don't think anyone has suggested that this document has any connection to the movie. Or is this your attempt to get the money?
I have more questions.
All right, so that's the problem. I'm missing information.
Okay,
You know
so-
things I don't know, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you for the word, dear Judge. I'll just object based on relevance. I'm sure he'll tie it up.
Okay. I'll overrule that objection, and you certainly will have an opportunity to cross-examine. You may continue, Mr. Simpson.
Now, that agreement, it's a partnership agreement that was established on the date it was supposed to have been written, correct?
Correct.
And I think the very first paragraph has the date of the,
Of July 1st.
okay. So as of July 1st, it was supposed to be a partnership agreement between you and Marco. And that paragraph that we were talking about, I think it's on the second page.
Mhm.
I think there's a little red circle around it, that paragraph. Can you read that into the record, please?
This is 2.2, limited partner. The general partner and the partnership acknowledge that the limited partner has recently contributed $2.1 million to the capital of the partnership. The general partner shall attach a signed detailed record of receipt of any and all expenditures of the limited partner's previously contributed capital contribution as Exhibit 1 to this agreement.
All right, and the general partner is defined in that document as Mr. Bisbikis, correct?
Correct.
And the limited partner is defined in that document as you, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you wanted to have some kind of, it's basically a receipt, right?
Correct.
And you wanted something in writing that acknowledged the fact that he had $2.1 million of your money.
Correct.
Okay. And that's what that was about. Now, those things are not signed, correct?
They're not signed.
Now, by the way, with the office that you're talking about, where this was presented to you by Mr. Bisbikis, where the other gentleman, I didn't get his name, Truskowski?
Robert Truskowski.
Truskowski, okay. So, that's the office at the jewelry store, right?
Correct.
When he brought it over for what reason?
Because I requested
Were you supposed to sign it that night?
I think he thought I was gonna sign it.
Okay. And what did you do instead?
I called my new lawyers, who immediately said, "You're not signing anything without us looking over it." And they later filled me in on what a limited partner meant, and just, yeah, they advised me not to sign anything.
Okay. And you retained that document, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Whose idea was the partnership?
Marcos.
That partnership? That, a partnership agreement? That was his idea?
Well, I mean, I requested the paperwork. It was understood that it was a partnership. And so, yes, I suppose it was Marco's idea.
Well, was it your idea?
She's answered that.
Well, she said she supposed it was Marco's idea.
Well, as far as this, I requested something in writing to show that I was attached to the money that was contributed to the film, which this says it was 2.1 million, which we know it wasn't 2.1. I wanted acknowledgement of that money because, as we said, there was no ledger. There was no.
So this is, you asked for
I asked
an acknowledgement,
for an acknowledgement.
and this document is what Marco produced
Correct.
pursuant to your response?
Correct.
Okay.
I'd appreciate if she could get her answer out. She said that it was her idea.
Okay.
And then the
I heard
question,
everything, Mr. Thomas. She said she asked for it, and this is what Marco produced. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
All right. Thank you. Now, let me ask you this. Do you remember the date of April the 1st of last year? I asked you about this before when I spoke to you.
Yes, I do.
Where in the evening hours of April the 1st, did you and your husband go somewhere?
Yes, my husband, myself, and Daryl Hasty was with us as well.
And where did you go?
We were in Royal Oak. We went to Mark Ridley's Comedy Castle.
Do you know about what times you were there?
Those shows are usually later, so 9, 10 o'clock.
9 or 10 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's in the evening?
And that is in the evening.
Okay. Now let me ask you this. Before April of 2022, last year, had you and your husband prepared a will before that date?
Not before. The will came after.
Okay. Do you remember discussing that with your husband?
We had been discussing it for years, putting together a will and trust, and it was just not something that we, because of how busy everything was with the business and just life in general, it was just something that got kind of put on the back burner.
Okay. I'm going to continue asking about that, but before I do, I just want to go back to one thing that you said before about this investment in the movie. You said that investment was presented to you in early spring. Do you remember you said that?
Yes.
Can you explain what you meant by that?
So, Marco was representing my father for a legal matter. And I had taken my father to his office on Greenfield.
Mr. Bisbikis' office?
Mr. Bisbikis' office on Greenfield, and he assisted him with a Zoom sort of court hearing. And when I went back to pick up my father, Marco came out in the parking lot and started talking about the movie, and said that, and that was when we found out that he had in fact went ahead and invested the money. Before that, it was something we had talked about loosely, but not fully agreed upon. It was in that conversation that to me, it felt like he dropped the bomb that the money was invested. And so I was shocked, but I guess I was a little excited to be part of something so I went back to my husband and asked him if he knew, and he didn't know that he was going to do that either. So it was, the movie and investing wasn't news. It was the timing and that he went ahead and did it. And that was how he presented it to us. So that was surprising.
Is that when he tells you that some investors had dropped out?
Yes. And that basically he needed, because the investors had dropped out, it created an opportunity to slide in at the very end, and that put us closer to that guaranteed return. And that I believe he said Lionsgate was the
production company?
Not the production company, but that's how it was insured.
Oh.
That's how it was insured.
All right. And you said that was in the early spring, correct?
Yes.
Would that have been March, for example?
It could have been March, yes. It was cold, but it wasn't the dead of winter, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And so you had not mentioned anything to him about sending wires to El Bravo Films in February, is that correct? You had not
So
authorized.
I'd appreciate it if
Or
there's
had
no
you-
leading from now on.
Had you authorized to send any
No.
wires in February?
Prior to that conversation, nothing had been authorized.
All right. Now, back to what we were talking about before, the will and trust. All right. So you and your husband had spoken about doing it, about setting up a will?
Correct.
Okay. And was there ultimately wills and a trust drafted?
Yes.
By whom?
Marco Bisbikis.
Okay. And did there come a time do you know who the trustees of that trust arrangement were?
So my objection is, he asked a question about wills and trust.
That was a pretty specific question.
Let him finish his objection.
Okay. And did you say trustees plural?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Judge. I'm sorry, I misheard.
Did you come to find out who the trustees of the will of the trust were? That's my question.
Yeah, so it would have been my husband, myself, and then Marco had put himself as a third trustee.
Okay, so I want to show you exhibit number 82 now, and this is called the Hutchinson Living Trust, and it's dated April the 14th, 2022. And I just want to show this to you and ask you have you seen this before?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm showing you page 14-8 of this document. And let me ask you if you recognize those signatures.
And that's my husband's signature and my signature.
Okay. So, and this was signed on, can you tell the date it was signed?
April 14th, 2022.
Okay. Do you remember where you signed this document?
Yes.
Where?
At All in Southwood.
Okay. Now, there were some assignments made to this trust, the property that was included in the trust. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you sign any assignments to this trust?
I think so.
Okay. I want to show you documents that are attached. These are all part of exhibit number 82. And can you just read, there are four, are there four different assignments, four pieces of paper there, four different documents?
Yes.
Okay, and can you read into the record, what are the assignments? What are the things that are being assigned to the trust?
So Hutch's Jewelry LLC, which is the jewelry store. Hutch Commercial Property Holdings LLC.
That's the H&H property you're talking about before?
So Hutch Commercial Property was an LLC that we formed because with the purchase of the pawn shop, we were going to be paying rent to the holding company. So that is why we had it. That's why we formed
Okay.
the LLC for that.
So that's the second property?
That
Or
is
second
the pawn shop,
entity?
the second,
Okay.
yeah, second entity. H2 Optics, which is the eyewear company that exists within the jewelry store, and then HJ Pawn and Exchange, which is the pawn shop in this house, LLC.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you dropped your voice.
HJ Pawn and Exchange LLC.
And that was the pawn shop?
That's the pawn shop.
Okay. So these properties, and the one that's the interest from HJ Pawn, that is signed by whom?
Top left is Angelo Raptoplous, Daniel Hutchinson, there's Gabriella Perry, and Sarah Wyatt.
All right, now Angelo Raptoplous' signature, he was there when you said this?
He was there.
Okay, and he crossed off a name in order to put his own name on. What name did he cross off?
Marco Bisbikis.
Okay. And this is the assignment of interest for H2 Optics. Is that correct?
Correct.
And whose signatures are on there?
Angelo Raptoplous, Marissa Hutchinson, Gabriella Perry, and Sarah Wyatt.
Okay, so you signed that document.
I signed this one.
All right, and again, Angelo's signature is on there, and it's in place of whom?
Marco Bisbikis.
So Marco's name is crossed off and Angelo's is in.
Correct.
Okay, and this is assignment of interest in Hutch Commercial Property Holdings, correct?
Yes, so that's Angelo, Dan, Gabriella, and Sarah.
And same deal.
Same deal.
Angelo's name is in there and
Crossed
Marco's
off,
crossed off. Okay. And then finally, this is the assignment of Hutch's Jewelry. So,
Angelo, Dan, Gabriella, and Sarah all sign this, and Marco's name is crossed off under Angelo.
okay. Now you said that the trustees on this trust document, you said are first Dan, and then you, and then Marco.
Correct.
So what did you understand that, did you know that, had you read this entire document when you signed it?
No, so the best way to explain that was, it was kind of like signing a mortgage. There were a lot of documents that, yes, and we trusted Marco to just point us at the sign here.
Now, I asked you before to explain, and I asked you to explain your relationship with Mr. Bisbikis to help us to understand it. I think, and asked you if you trusted him, and you said yes.
Yes.
Now, so what did you think about this document? Do you have any misgivings about signing this document at all? Even though you hadn't read all?
No.
At the time you signed it on April 14th, 2022.
At April 14th, we had no misgivings.
Okay, and that's because of what?
That was because of the standing of our relationship with Marco.
Okay, so in this, did you come to find out in this, through this trust agreement, that if Dan died, you would be the next in line to be the trustee, correct?
Correct.
And if both you and Dan died, then Marco would be the trustee, correct?
That is what I came to find out.
And what was your understanding of the powers of the trustee over the assets of the trust? What did you think when you signed it?
We didn't. I don't think that it wasn't clear. we didn't discuss that.
Okay. But you were relying on the terms that were set forth in exhibit number 82, correct?
Correct.
And you trusted that those terms, did you trust? Well, you already said so. You're right. Never mind, I had a good question. All right. All right. So you signed that on April the 14th at Mr. Bisbikis' office, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, had you already closed on the pawn shop on the 14th?
No,
Okay, when was the pawn shop, when were you supposed to close on the pawn shop?
the 15th.
The next day?
Correct.
Okay, and where was that supposed to have occurred?
At First Centennial Title Company.
And where's that located?
It's in Livonia.
Okay. I want to show you exhibit number 83. May I approach, Judge? May I approach, please? This is exhibit number 83. And you've seen this one before, right? 83? Okay. Now that's an aerial photograph, is it correct?
That's correct.
All right, and what is depicted in that photo?
So there's a red bubble over the title company of First Centennial,
The office of it?
of the office of the
Mhm.
title company. Correct.
And what else is in their picture or close by?
Close by is the Livonia Police Department.
Okay. And, all right, do you remember, did you see the Livonia Police, do you remember seeing the Livonia Police Department?
No.
Okay, but that's an accurate rendition of
This
that
is
area.
accurate.
Okay, now, that's the place where you were supposed to have closed on the 15th, is that right?
Correct.
But you said, did you actually close on the 15th?
We did not.
All right. Why did you not close on the 15th?
Because the day of the closing, maybe even like an hour or so before, we received notification that Marco.
Objection, hearsay. Me, can we have it, what she knew
What I knew was that Marco Bisbikis,
from your own personal knowledge?
from my own personal knowledge,
I don't mean to be talking to witnesses.
Okay, just clean up the question, Mr. Smith.
All right.
It was canceled. Do
Yeah.
you know why it was canceled?
it was canceled because Marco Bisbikis got hit by a car in Detroit and had to get a CT scan to see if he had any damage, any injuries that he needed to tend to.
And where did that information come from?
From a text message that I saw on my husband's phone.
From who?
From Marco Bisbikis.
So he was texting you saying, I just got hit by a car, I gotta get a CT.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And so did the closing occur on the 15th?
No, it did not.
Okay. All right. Was that closing date moved to a new date?
Yes, it was moved to April 19th.
April the 19th?
Correct.
Okay. And was it at that same office that you told us about in exhibit number 83 that was close to the Livonia PD?
Yes,
Okay. What happened on that day?
the closing took place.
The closing actually took place?
Correct.
Okay. When Mr. Was Mr. Bisbikis at that closing?
Yes.
All right. When he appeared, was he limping?
No.
Was he encasted?
No.
Did he have a boot on like Mr. Larry over here?
No.
Okay. Was he in pain?
No.
Well, objection.
No.
Well, did he mention if he was in pain?
He mentioned that he had bruising.
Okay. But otherwise, nothing.
Otherwise, nothing.
Okay. Nothing apparent to you.
It was, he couldn't have been injured beyond the point of travel because he was traveling either that day or the next day. His cousin who had flown in was at the closing as well.
His cousin from where?
I think from Greece.
And they were supposed to be doing other things after that?
Yes, they had, I don't remember exactly. They had talked about
When you say they, who do you mean?
Marco and the cousin.
What did Marco say they were gonna do?
I remember something about New York. I remember something about Las Vegas. Maybe Miami. They were. It felt like his cousin was in from out of town, and he was going to try to show him a good time.
Okay. Let's get back to those text messages that you saw that were from Mr. Bisbikis on the 15th. Did he mention anything at that time? Did he mention how the accident had happened?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said that he was in a crosswalk, and so he was a pedestrian, and someone hit him. That he was struck by a car. He also mentioned that the man in front of him was struck as well, and that he went on to say that that man had active warrants, so he took off.
Oh, so he wasn't around.
Correct.
Okay. Did he ever make a joke about getting a parking ticket because he'd been downtown so long?
I saw the text messages that said.
Okay,
Excuse me, I'm
hold
sorry.
on. I think someone's objecting to a leading question.
No, I apologize for objecting. But my objection really goes to all statements about what Marco said. And I know the court can compartmentalize. You're a jurist, not a jury. But none of those statements should be used against my client, Mr. Raptoplous, since I'm not able to cross-examine Mr. Bisbikis as to those statements. I understand they're a statement of a party opponent, which is allowable, but they shouldn't be used in any way against Mr. Raptoplous.
Want to answer? I think, Judge, that we have established the corpus of the conspiracy here through that video that we showed, which showed two people, Mr. Darnell Larry and Mr. Roy Larry, we are contending, in concert together to commit the actual murder of Mr. Dan Hutchinson. So the corpus has been established, and once the corpus has been established, then statements of co-conspirators are admissible against other co-conspirators during the conspiracy and in the course of the conspiracy and in furtherance of the conspiracy. This happens in April, on April the 15th. These text messages are April the 15th. So that's during the course of the conspiracy. Therefore, they are admissible against everybody in the conspiracy. And we will connect that up. We'll demonstrate.
Well, that's the point, Mr.
Yeah.
Springsky. That's not been connected up. I appreciate that at some point I may be able to cross the line and apply it in a different way. But at this point, I understand that these are in reference to that there has not been a tie-up, so.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. So you said you saw that, and what did he say about the parking ticket? Did he make a comment about a parking ticket?
He made a joke about probably having a parking ticket.
Okay. Did he mention where he was when he was hit?
He mentioned Lafayette.
Lafayette, okay. And did he say where he was going as he was crossing Lafayette?
Court, or coming from court.
Okay. Who drew up the purchase agreement for the pawn shop?
Marco.
All right, and he was aware of the sale price, correct?
Correct.
Right, and where was that money gonna come from?
The trust account, the IOTA account.
Okay, the cash that,
The cash that we had provided, yes,
okay,
that we had taken from him.
all right. Now, did the closing actually occur on the 19th for that pawn shop?
Yes,
All right. And Marco wired some money for the closing of it?
yes, the closing took place in, yes, it closed.
And do you know how much money that was?
600,000.
600,000.
Correct.
Okay. Now, for a moment, I want to talk to you about what happened on June 1st.
Mr. Swansea, I'm just not limited to, I'm just curious how much more.
This is the last portion, this is my last,
Okay,
section.
so.
probably another 20 minutes, maybe not even that.
That's fine.
Can we approach?
Okay, so I need to make myself full screen for a second while I quickly move these other ones to the playlist that I want them in, because I can't share the screen or you're going to see things that are spoilers. Untick that one, tick that one. Playlists. Sort, date added, oldest. Something went wrong. Okay, let's try sort that again. Date published, oldest. Okay. Just check there's nothing here.
Half a day on the 22nd, but there is.
I'm not sure how much of this we've seen, so please tell me if parts of it have already been shown. The way they've broken it up is a bit weird.
Not universal. Okay,
Thank you.
all right, so.
She's coming up.
You're still under oath and the questioning will continue, and Mr. Swinsky, you said you had one more area before you.
Yes.
turn it over.
Ms. Hutchinson, when was the first time after the death of your husband that you saw Mr. Bisbikis?
I think I saw him June 1st. I think I saw him that day, but that day was very much a blur.
Okay. Did you ever have a discussion? Did you ever come to know the lawyer of the person that shot your husband?
The first lawyer?
Yes.
Just I object to the characterization as a person who shot her.
I said the person, I didn't mention his name.
Well, the assumptions, but I just want to make a
Right. The alleged, okay.
He's rephrasing.
All right. You know a person by the name of Trovius Smith? Trovius Stark.
Yes, I do.
Okay. When did you first hear that name?
When he was retained as Roy Larry's attorney.
When did you find out how did you find out that he was retained as Roy Larry's attorney?
So I think that, the day after, so June 2nd, it was revealed that Trovia Star,
But who revealed it?
I believe law enforcement. I believe I was in,
So I will object, it's hearsay.
Okay, yes, it is. Did you ever talk to Mr. Bisbikis about Mr. Starr?
yes,
When was that?
June 2nd,
Where were you?
in the office of the jewelry store.
Okay.
I said that his name was Trovia Star, and Marco acted surprised and said, I know him. I went to law school with him.
Okay.
And
You said he acted surprised. Can you describe how he acted?
he kind of gestured like, what are the odds? I know him.
Okay. And did he say anything else?
He said that he was a good attorney, and that he was going to ask him to not take the case.
He was going to ask Mr. Starr not to?
Yes, because he had a personal relationship with him. He'd gone to law school with him. And he said, he's a good attorney, and I'm going to ask him to not take the case.
And you said this happened on June the 2nd?
I believe so.
Okay. Did Mr. Bisbikis ever tell you how Trovia Starr came to become Mr. Larry's attorney?
He said that the family of Roy Larry was able to get enough money together to hire Trovius to go for a consultation at either the jail or I guess the hospital to speak with Roy Larry.
Did Mr. Bisbikis tell you how he found that out?
No, I don't know.
Did Mr. Bisbikis ever tell you that he had spoken to Mr. Starr on the night your husband was murdered?
No.
Did Mr. Bisbikis ever tell you that he knew the cousin of the man that was accused of killing your husband?
No.
He never told you he knew Darnell Larry?
He never told me he knew Darnell Larry.
Did Mr. Bisbikis ever tell you that he paid Trovia Starr $1,000 on the night of the murder?
No.
All right. Let's, I want to direct your attention now to the day of June the 1st and the morning hours of June the 1st. Can you tell us what's the first thing you did? Did you leave your house that day?
Yes.
What's the first thing you did when you left your house?
First thing I did.
And when was that?
It would have been about 7:30 a.m. I drove my daughter and her classmate to school in Westland.
In Westland?
Yes.
Okay. Then what happened?
While I was at the school, I had to go in and get a ring size of the mother of the secretary. She was there. I sold them a ring, so I went in for a few minutes, got her ring size, and drove back home. And then I was at home, and I knew that we had a meeting with Marco scheduled that day for noon.
At noon?
For noon.
You and your husband?
My husband and I had a meeting scheduled at noon with Marco that day.
Okay.
So I thought, I had a couple hours until then. So I had laid back down in bed, and my husband called and said our meeting got moved up to 11. So I quickly got ready and headed to the jewelry store. Arrived probably around 10:45.
Were you meeting him at?
I was meeting my husband
At the jewelry store?
at the jewelry store, and
Okay.
then from there we were going to drive together up Greenfield to Hawa.
Okay. Did you do that?
Yes,
Did you forget something at the store when you were there that morning?
yes, I did. I forgot my.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Spencer, but evidently there's a technical issue with the recording. So you'll give us 2 minutes. We're gonna shut it down and start it. I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt. No, we don't, it's going to start. Do I need a new one? Okay. Okay, do it. Is that one muted now? Okay. And then we're with making
You are in the meeting now.
She's muted, but the camera's on. Okay. Sorry, it was much easier when everyone just showed up and we talked. Mr. Barley, did you want to join again?
Yeah, I need the Zoom ID again.
445-086-2075. Okay.
Were we able to get the last questioning on the record?
Yeah, did we lose any text?
you forget something at the store when you were there that morning? Was
Oh,
the
okay,
last
that's fine,
question.
thank you.
Parker, you want to call? Okay, back on the record, I'm not gonna recall the case numbers, I think we're just continuing your last question, that was your last question, Mr. Swirsky?
So did you forget something?
I forgot my cell phone
Okay.
at the store.
So once you and Dan was at the store already?
Correct.
Okay, and then what happened after you got there?
We left and drove up to Alla.
Okay. And the reason why you were going there, what was that?
There was a subpoena that, that we had to handle. So this is coming off of Memorial Day weekend. And prior to that, my husband and I had been in New York for a couple days. So it was something that was maybe, 2-3 weeks earlier, we were served a subpoena, and now it was getting to the point. It might have even been longer than that. It was getting to the point where we needed to respond to it.
Okay.
It was one of the forfeiture subpoenas I spoke of earlier.
Right. So you had to talk to Mr. Bisbikis.
Yes.
All right. Now, what time was it? Do you remember when you were at the jewelry store?
About 10:45.
Okay. And Mr. Bisbikis had indicated to you that, or your husband had told you that the meeting had been changed to an hour earlier.
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would like to read into evidence exhibit number 84. And these are, this is a series of text messages between Mr. Bisbikis and Mr. Hutchinson. And I would note on this exhibit that the date of this text is 6/1/2022 at 9:30:15 a.m. And this is from Mr. Bisbikis to Mr. Hutchinson. It says, "Hey boss, just moved my 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Can we meet at 11 a.m. today or after 3 p.m. Or anytime you want tomorrow? Also, I have your sister's hearing today at 2 p.m. And on that date at 9:34 a.m., 9:34 and 0 seconds, Mr. Hutchinson texted back 11. And at 9:34 and 16 seconds, Mr. Bisbikis texted back, okay, cool. All right. So now you're on your way to this appointment with your husband. And what happened?
We arrived, we discussed the subpoena. I don't remember in detail anything about that. It was really a meeting of not much. We didn't discuss too much. There wasn't much going on. A lot of back and forth, just kind of visiting. But yeah, the subpoena was there.
Okay.
Yeah.
About how long did that meeting last?
About an hour. I do remember my husband repeatedly saying I have to be back to the pawn shop at 12:15 because at the pawn shop that morning he had gone early. So the store opens at 10 a.m. He had to be at the pawn shop.
Your
the
jewelry
jewelry store does. So he had to meet. He had to meet the flooring guys at the pawn shop at 9 a.m. to let them in. And so he did that, and then he went early to the jewelry store, and then he had to meet back at 12:15 because they had another job that they had to head to. So while
the flooring people?
The flooring people.
Okay.
Yeah. So while we were at our meeting with Marco, my husband just kept repeating, gotta leave at 12:15, gotta leave at 12:15. Sometimes he would just kind of get in repeat mode, and that's what, so that stuck out because he said it multiple times. I think he was reminding himself.
Okay. So, what time did you leave there?
Probably about 12:10 or 12:15. I mean, we try to be there on time, but I think ultimately we probably arrived at the pawn shop a little later than 12:15.
Okay, and how did you get there? Can you describe the route you took?
South on Greenfield. So pulling out of Alla, we just would have turned right. And then we had to because Greenfield is a divided road, we had to go past the pawn shop and flip around to turn into the pawn shop because it was on the other side of the road. If I'm
So now you're heading north on Greenfield to get to the pawn shop.
correct.
Oh. But I mean, okay, but when you turned around, you did the turnaround, you're headed north on Greenfield to get to the pawn shop.
Correct. So, yes. So south out of All Law, south, because he's at 13 Mile in Greenfield.
Yeah.
The pawn shop is at just north of 8 Mile in Greenfield. So we had to drive south until we did the Michigan turnaround, and then we were headed north for, however long that is.
Right, yeah, okay, that's fine. Now, I want to, what is Exhibit 7? I want to put Exhibit 7 up on the screen for you to look at. Okay, and exhibit number 7, that depicts you and your husband, and you were going there to close up, basically, is that what it was?
Correct.
And the flooring, the guy that was doing the flooring was still, and where was his, where he was parked that day?
He was parked in the back of the building, which would be the east side of the building.
Okay, so you go in there, and what happens?
So I went in to use the restroom. My husband didn't walk in with me. I think he walked behind the building. I don't know. I was inside, and he addressed the flooring guys. I never did see the flooring guys, so he locked up the back. There's a shutter door in the back, so he handled all of that, and then I met him. And we both walked out of the north-facing door and locked up.
Okay, and then what did you do then?
Got into the car.
Okay, and who was driving?
My husband was driving.
Okay, were your windows rolled up, do you recall?
Well, they were rolled up so when we walked out of the pawn shop, as we were locking up, we observed a white van that was parked near the door. And
On Miller Street?
On Miller Street, and we could see that there was someone sitting in it. And my husband was looking and trying to figure out, he thought for a second that maybe it was the post office or the postal worker, but it was not. So he was kind of curious as to why the person was there, and so we got back in the car.
Okay, and
There was no exchange between us and the person in the white car at that point.
Was that the white van? This is exhibit number 19.
Yes.
Is that, okay. And that's where that was parked, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, your vehicle is now in the driveway, is that correct?
Yes,
And there is a person standing outside of your window, is that correct?
that is correct.
Can you explain how that happened?
Yes, so at that point, my window was down. He got out of his van and he approached us and started talking to us about the pawn shop. So the signs were still up. He revealed that he had been a previous customer of Pay Benny's. He started talking to us about buying something for his wife. I think he said something about having an anniversary coming up, and he said something about DJ equipment.
Did you mention to him how long you and your husband had been married?
I did. I also mentioned that we too have a daughter, and she's 16.
Okay,
And
so you said the word 16.
I did.
Okay, you said that first.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when where was your husband at this time?
Driving. He was in the driver's seat.
Okay, so the car is at rest, right?
Mhm.
Was he
Yes.
participating in this conversation as well?
Yes,
Okay. About how long did that go on?
a minute or two.
Did something happen next?
Yes.
What?
Vehicle pulled up.
Okay, and did you recognize that vehicle?
Yes,
And that was who?
Alex Sekeleris.
Okay. So, did your husband roll his window down?
No,
Okay. Why not? Did you know?
Objection.
If you know.
he was not ready to talk to Mr. Sekeleris.
Right.
I'm gonna withdraw that. I'll withdraw that. I'm asking that be stricken.
Okay, thank you.
So, did your husband talk to Mr. Sekeleris anytime while his car was there?
No.
And did he ever roll down his window?
No.
Okay. So, what happened next?
What happened next? The man kept talking to us. I believe his name is Clarence.
Mhm.
Kept talking to us. It's kind of dragging it on. And so because he was right at my window, he was my main focus. And at some point I did observe in my peripheral vision, a bike go through.
Which way? As you're sitting there.
West.
It went west.
Yes, it was headed west. It was in front of our vehicle,
Okay.
headed west. On Miller Road.
Okay, this is exhibit number 19, 25. Number 25. And is that person on the bike, is he going in the same direction that you're talking about when you first noticed him?
Yes,
Okay, so he went by, and you stayed at that driveway still, is that correct?
correct.
All right. And what's the next thing that you remember happening?
I heard gunshots
Okay. Did you know where they were coming from?
as I was sitting in the car. I could tell that they were coming from my left.
Right.
I didn't know there were gunshots at the time.
Uh-huh.
I heard loud noise. I heard a loud noise, commotion. It was very fast. It was startling and confusing, and I didn't look in that direction. It was just, it happened very quickly.
What did you hear at that time?
I heard pop, 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 pop.
Mhm. Did you look at your husband at all at that point?
When it stopped, I looked over.
What did you see?
At that point, the car was rolling forward because his foot had come off the gas. And I could see that he had several bullet holes in his chest.
Was he bleeding?
He was bleeding. He was bleeding out of one. At that time, his head had thrown back.
What did you do?
I had gotten out of my seat. I was on the center console facing him, and I put my hand on the wound that was bleeding. My right hand was on the wound that was bleeding. My left hand was holding the back of his head.
And you were what were you trying to do with your putting the hand over the bleeding wound?
He stopped bleeding.
He stopped bleeding. Was the car moving? Could you tell?
It
You
had
remember?
stopped at that point.
And it stopped. What happened next?
I I picked up his phone and I called 911.
Where was his phone?
His phone was sitting on top of the center console.
Okay. And what was your emotional condition at that time?
I think I was in shock. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Did you, and what did you say? What did you tell the 911 operator?
I just said that my husband had been shot, and I told him where I was. I gave him the address of the pawn shop.
And this was in response to questions that they were asking?
Yes,
What happened next?
I waited for first responders to come.
Was it, how long was it before they arrived?
I don't know, minutes.
What happened then?
The first responder arrived. It was a female, which I later found out to be Detective Charter. She opened the door. She said something to me about his seatbelt. I made sure his seatbelt was off. They removed my husband out of the car. At that time, his gun that was on his person fell onto the ground, and I heard someone yell out, "Gun, gun," informed them that it was his, and they started working on my husband.
What did you do?
At some point, I guess I got out of the car, and there were officers there. It was parked on Miller, and he put me in his back seat where I didn't stay very long. I got back out and went back to where my husband was. I remember talking to them about Alex Sakalaris because I knew that Alex was there. And I knew that, and I was telling them, I think I said something like he's one of the good guys. He didn't do anything or something along those lines because I knew Alex could be erratic, and I was, so I wanted to address that.
So you were trying to explain him to the police?
Yes.
Okay. When you say Alex was there, how close was he there in the same field where the car and you were? Was he in that area?
I did not know that at the time. I saw footage. I saw pictures that Alex was there circling the car before any of the first responders arrived, and you could see him gesture. His hands were up and on his head, like, I can't believe this happened. But I didn't know that. That was when I was in the car with my husband. That was when I was calling 911. But he was still around. He was still around, and I was informing the police officers that he didn't do it.
You told him?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. What happened then? I ended up at some point in another police officer's car, and I did a brief written statement of what had happened. I borrowed his phone because I'd forgotten mine, and I called the jewelry store, which was one of the only numbers that I knew by heart. So I called them, and my sister-in-law answered the phone, and I informed them that my husband had been shot, and that was all I was able to get out. And she had to drop the phone, or I don't know. And so I tried calling back, and no one answered. So I still had the officer's phone, so I Googled all law and got the front desk number, and I called up there, and I believe it was Gabby that answered the phone, and informed her
of what had happened and that Alex was there and that I needed to talk to Marco immediately.
Did you speak with Marco that morning on the phone?
I didn't speak with him because he was not there.
Okay. What happened then?
I think that at that point, things shifted to trying to get the footage that was at the pawn shop, from the cameras that was at the pawn shop. And the keys were on my husband, and at this point, I believe he was no longer on the scene. They'd taken him to the hospital. And so we tried to retrieve them from my husband to get in, but we weren't successful. So I went back to my house. Detective Green and Rob Truskowski and myself drove back to my house. I ran in where I had an additional set of keys to the pawn shop. I grabbed those and we went back to the scene and we accessed the pawn shop. And Rob assisted in that. Rob is kind of our IT guy,
Okay.
among other things.
How long were you there?
I don't know. It could have been 20 minutes, half hour. While we were in the office at the pawn shop, I was informed that I needed to go to the hospital to identify my husband's body. So I guess I forgot because somewhere in there, someone had informed me that he did indeed pass.
So what did you do?
So I went up to the hospital and I went to the hospital and they took me into a separate room beyond the waiting room. They sat me there. I was sitting there with Chet Herman. He drove me to the hospital. He works at the store as well. And then it was in that room that I first saw Marley, my daughter. She was brought into the room, which is when I had to tell her that Dan had passed, that her dad was gone. And so that was awful. I don't remember who else was in there with us. I know my mother-in-law at some point, I think my mom.
Were you injured at all during the course of this?
Yes.
Can you describe what happened to you?
I was struck by either a fragment or I don't know on the inside of my right knee.
And what, did that need treatment or anything?
It didn't need treatment. They took a look at it at the hospital. They documented it. They took pictures and it didn't require treatment.
Thank you very much.
All set? Judge, can I do it from here?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Thomas. I'm going to ask you some questions. Some are not going to be pleasant for you, okay? I don't mean it in any way to insult you. I just need to get to the facts that we know. Okay. I want to go through your testimony first of all, and that is that you had talked about the scope of the business, and that I think I can do it from the podium. I might.
That's fine too.
Is it okay? You're the judge. All right. Were you involved in Hutch's on a day-to-day basis?
Was I involved?
Hmm?
Yes. On a day-to-day basis, not every day.
So you had managers there,
Yes.
and those managers were essentially running the business with your husband, and you were too.
At times.
And so you talk about expensive jewelry, and your client base. And of course, there are people that buy jewelry that have jobs and they have income and they're legitimate people. But you also had a client base that also was, but people had large amounts of cash. And many of those people, although they wouldn't tell you what they were doing, you were able to see that they had Facebook posts. Were you curious about looking at those Facebook posts?
No, not particularly.
Did you?
Well, I'm not on Facebook, so.
So social media, what social media do you use?
I really have no social media myself.
So when you were,
Hutch's Jewelry, the business has an Instagram page.
and so in monitoring the Instagram page, were you able to see your client base?
At times, yes.
Because you told me that, or you told us that you were able to see people and you could kind of figure out what they were all about from their
Sometimes it
pages. So could you explain to me how that's done by the jewelry store as opposed to the person themselves putting and posting something?
Can you please rephrase that?
So you said that the jewelry store had social media.
Correct.
And that you were able to see stuff that the jewelry store saw on social media. Is that what you said?
Yes, so I could log in and see through the jewelry store's account.
And would that be somebody who's employed specifically to check out the people that are buying from you, or is it just your curiosity?
No, so our business account, our Hutch's Jewelry Instagram page is full of it's a digital portfolio of sorts of our business, of pieces that we've made and items that we've sold, or if clients come in and want a picture, that's what our business account is.
And so from that, you were able to determine things about the people that were buying from you.
Well, you have to follow people on Instagram, and if they post, whatever they choose to post, then they could potentially indicate what sort of business they're in.
And so now we're getting to the point where you're able to see that because you see people and they have posts and people that follow their posts. Is that right?
Correct.
And it's from that you determine that your client base, there were some rappers. There was some.
You can infer from that.
Sometimes
is
guns?
Up to probably guns.
Did you ever remember seeing guns?
Yes, people post guns. They do love it, but yes,
Cash and guns.
sure.
Okay, sort of like a gangster thing.
If that's how one would interpret it,
How did you interpret that?
I didn't care to. I flipped through like this, and I didn't give it much thought.
So, but in order to go there and take a look, you had to have a reason to do that. So what was your reason?
Well, on Instagram, it's entertainment. It's not, some people might take posts as more than that, but for me, it's entertainment. People put out whatever they want on social media, and it could be reality, it could be truth, but a lot of times, what's happening in real life is very different from what people tend to post.
Okay, so the information that you're able to get from that would give you an idea, at least.
I wouldn't call it information.
So what is it?
Entertainment, or just whatever people choose to put out there.
Is a picture entertainment or is a picture information?
A picture can sometimes be a persona, or it could be truth.
So if you're looking at it for a persona, it is with respect to a specific person. Would that be a client of yours? Here's what I'm getting to. I don't want to confuse you. You're on there because you're curious about your client base, right?
So you can also be on there to look at
That's not what I'm
makeup
talking about.
tutorials, or
Don't
nails.
misunderstand me. My question is as it relates to people that come to Hutch's.
No, that was not the purpose of our social media. That was not the purpose. Our social media is so that they can see what we're doing. We don't care what anyone else is doing. They
So
care
you
what
don't
we
care
do.
if they're drug dealers?
I don't know.
Okay, you don't care if they're people that do violence and have guns?
How would I know this?
You just said you don't care, and I'm trying to get you to quantify what it is that you don't care about, that you see in social media.
So as a business owner, how can we vet our client base? It's not our job to vet our clients. That could be, profiling, that could be stereotyping, that could be, so it's a slippery slope.
Slippery slope that might lead to you laundering money for a client. That's a crime.
Money laundering is a crime.
If you don't have any concern about the person or the money, then there may be something that is a slippery slope that leads to you getting involved in a crime.
I would not use Instagram as a source of verifying whether or not a client is involved in criminal activity.
And as I hear you, you're saying you are not concerned about whether they're involved in criminal activity. That's not your concern because you're a business person.
I could say the same about you, sir.
Of course, I have a job to do, you have a job to do. But I didn't launder money, okay? You were laundering money for people that had a lot of cash. And so I'm asking you about your concern for the people you came with. I'm not here to argue with you. You're here because you have an immunity order, is that right?
I'm here because my husband was murdered.
And in order to do their testimony here today, somebody raised the question of you getting immunity. Who was that? You? Or was it your lawyers? Do you know what immunity is?
Yes.
Explain to me, or the court.
It is a protection order that information provided by me cannot be used against me.
And there's a reason for an immunity order. It's to encourage you to testify, correct?
Correct.
Because if you did testify, you might have a Fifth Amendment right regarding some questions that they might ask or I might ask, correct?
Can you please rephrase that?
You know you have a right to remain silent. You can't incriminate yourself, right?
Correct.
The immunity order protects you against that. You don't have to assert your right to remain silent. You want to testify because it was your husband that was killed.
Correct.
Okay. But you needed protection in order to do that.
My lawyers advised that.
I don't need to hear what your lawyer said. I just need to know what you know about the immunity. Because your lawyers, I can't get into what your lawyer said to you. Okay.
I didn't know anything about immunity or papers or anything until this situation, and my lawyers taught me and informed me.
Well,
I don't need to hear it. I'll leave it at that.
okay.
Okay. So when you are testifying, you now have protection against crimes that may have been committed, and you don't have to admit them or not admit them or admit them. But if you did admit them, any crimes that you say here that you committed are protected. They can't charge you with your words. Is that your understanding of it?
That is my understanding of it.
This is going longer than I wanted to, but I wanted to get from you the fact that the reason why you need protection is because you were taking in significant amounts of cash as you testified on direct. Correct?
Correct.
And when you take in over $10,000 from a person in a transaction, you have to report that on a currency transaction reporting document 8300, right?
Correct.
We're not doing that on any regular basis. Business was booming, you're grabbing the money as fast as you can, you're thankful for it, and you're not going to require your client to fill out a form because they're going to be reluctant to do it.
Correct.
And you can imagine why. Couldn't you?
You're asking me to surmise or.
I'm just asking you whether you imagine that the reason
No, I
why.
don't imagine.
Let me ask you my question before you answer.
The reason why they would not want to sign an 8300 form is because they were getting their money illegally. Did you consider that?
I don't know.
You go to the person and say, okay, thank you for the cash. I have this 8300 form. They don't want to sign it. What does that tell you?
That they don't want to reveal the source of their money.
Okay, thank you. Now, business started going up after COVID, and I guess the court can take judicial notice that was in March of 2020. Is that when the business started to boom?
May.
Were you May?
May of 2020.
Okay, and so in May of 2020, you're accumulating a large amount of cash. Prior to that time, what were you doing with your cash?
Reinvesting in the business and.
I mean, you have expenses, right?
Correct.
You have cost of goods, right?
Correct.
You have employees. How many employees do you have at the time?
13, 15.
Are they contract or are they on?
Some are payroll, some are contract.
You pay people under the table.
Some probably have been paid under the table.
Okay. And so the you have to purchase the goods and the equipment that are necessary in order to do the business that you do. Is that right?
Correct.
And you have advertising expenses.
Minimal, but I guess somewhere along the line.
Do you give referral fees to other jewelers?
No.
So, and what about the building? Was the building leased or was it owned?
The building was leased.
And there was another building that was there for warehouse or for
Correct.
manufacturing?
Correct.
And that's leased or owned?
Leased.
Okay, so these are the expenses that go into the business that you have. Now, let's talk about what you were paying for with cash. Okay, and I'm talking now about the time frame that you were discussing. I think you said 2020 and 2021. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so that's when things started to increase. And it could have gone into 2022, right?
Correct.
You were giving Marco cash in 2022,
Correct.
right? Okay, so between 20 and 2022, you're making cash payments. So what expenses, for example, were you paying for with the $5 to $10 million a year that you were generating in excess cash? Besides real estate, was it equipment?
It could have been equipment or inventory.
And when you talk about inventory, are you talking about metal, gold, other things, or are you talking about actually jewelry itself?
It would be jewelry itself, like watches.
And then more than that, there would have been, you were taking money in, you were taking jewelry in from clients and other people and holding that jewelry and giving them money against that jewelry.
That happened.
Yep. How much did that happen?
That I cannot answer. I don't know.
So you're lending people money and you're holding the jewelry as collateral.
Correct.
Does that make sense? That's a pawnbroker, right?
So as Marco informed us at that time, we were doing it legally as long as we weren't receiving interest on that money. He advised us as general counsel, whether it was right or wrong, that was how he advised us to handle that situation.
Okay. So you're not making any money on the deal?
No, it was a service that we provided to clients. And the reason we would do that is because it would encourage repeat business.
Mm-hmm. Ever come a time when somebody comes in and pawns a Rolex and doesn't come and pick it up because they don't have the money and you get to keep it?
We would not keep their stuff. No.
What would you do?
Hold it.
So you hold it forever?
We hold it for a long time.
There were people that didn't come back and get their jewelry.
I suppose there could have been.
And you never sold it to other brokers or had other people selling it?
So the scope of my duties at the store did not include that. So I don't know. I didn't deal with the customers. I didn't deal with that aspect of the business. So I don't know.
Well, there has to be an accounting function, right? Was there an accounting function at the store? How did we account for the money in and the goods out? Or in this case that I'm talking about, the goods in and the money out.
It was a very primitive accounting function, Post-it notes.
Because you didn't want to be able to have to disclose it?
Because it was a inconsequential part of the business.
So, all right, you got $20 million of business in the year. How much are you doing in taking in jewelry from people who are pawning it? I'm using that term. It may not be a pawn, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
Do you want me to guess and just throw out?
No, you're there every day, right? Almost every day.
No,
You familiar with the books and records?
I'm familiar with the books and
And you are more familiar since June the 1st, right?
Well, my focus it's been hard to have my focus on the business since June 1st.
So who's running the business now?
We have a very good team at the business.
Who's the head of the team?
So there are multiple heads of the team.
Is Daryl Hasty a head of the team?
He's a head of the team.
And who
Michael
else?
Casa is a head of the team. Rob Truskowski's a head of the team. Colin Campbell.
So going back to the money in and the money out, you gave me gave the court a range of between $5 and $10 million per year.
Yes.
Okay. That's the cash, that 100% of which is not being declared and which is not being accounted for in terms of your books and records, right?
Correct.
So with that cash, you're buying equipment and you're buying inventory.
Correct.
And the reason for the buying of the inventory is because you want to hide the fact that you have the inventory, because if you don't, your sales are going to be so high that you're going to have somebody looking at it and saying, what's going on here?
Okay.
You say, okay, it makes sense to you?
Yes.
And that's what happened.
And that's what happened.
Okay. Because this whole thing that you have immunity over is the fact that you don't have to worry about a prosecution for doing that. You don't have to worry about a prosecution for tax evasion, for any of the federal crimes, correct?
Correct.
All right, and any of the state crimes, which might be, money laundering or in some fashion helping people to hide assets or receiving and stealing stolen goods.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going back now to the 5 to 10 million. Was it 5 or was it 10?
I don't know.
Okay. Fair answer. Okay. Was it 5 or 10 in each of the years?
I don't know.
Out of that 5 or 10, do you know how much of it was related to the purchase of goods, whether it be materials or whether it be jewelry for inventory?
I don't know.
But you did use that money for jewelry and for inventory.
Some of it, yes.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to get to is, do you know how much?
No.
And you're going to tell me you don't know. Okay. But this was all part of a plan that was geared towards hiding the money. And you said that Marco told you that he would help you to do that.
Correct.
Okay. And that his way of doing it was to put it into trust.
Correct.
And so you packaged up money and you said that you put it in bands. Was there a specific color for bands?
Each denomination has the staff has a color.
So if I got $1,000 that I have of hundreds, would the color be a certain color?
Yes, but it can also change depending on
The bank.
the bank.
But when you gave the money to Marco, you always banded it.
Not always. It was always bundled. Okay, yes, it was always bundled, but sometimes rubber bands were used and not the color straps.
Okay. All right. Were you and you talked about H2 Optics,
That was a business that you bought. And the reason for buying that was because Cartier glasses don't allow jewelers to sell them. You have to have an optics store.
Correct.
So, but you did have it like a desk or an area at Hutch's where they were, able to sell it. Those glasses, those Cartier glasses are expensive, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Did, and are the prices varying?
Prices varying, yes.
If I want a basic Cartier glasses,
They range from anywhere from 1,000 to 4,000.
and they're unique, aren't they? They have serial numbers on them, right?
Yes, I think they do.
So H2 Optics is another way for you to generate income, correct? Was money from H2 Optics used to give to Marco Bisbikis?
No.
So then we're talking then about just the pawn, not the pawn shop, but just the jewelry store, which was the source of the income that you were diverting to Mr. Bisbikis to hold for you.
Correct.
All right. You're talking about a case for your husband, a CPL license. You want a concealed weapons permit? He carried a gun
Yes.
because he wanted to protect himself.
Yes.
And did he carry it with him all the time?
Most of the time.
So I'm gonna jump around a little bit because at the time of the incident, he had a gun on him.
He did.
That gun, was it in his lap at the time that he was having that conversation? He wasn't conversing. That he was there facing Sacoaris.
The gun was, I can't say for sure.
You know that it fell out the door when he fell out.
My husband would often carry his gun in the back of his pants. And so I can't say for sure. I think that it was in the back of his pants, but I can't say for sure.
You've known Sacoaris. I want to tell you, I commend you for your patience, okay? But he was a troubled individual, was he not?
He had his issues.
He had violence in his background. You knew about it?
Yeah.
Okay. And he was erratic in his behavior, especially when it wasn't on his meds.
That's true.
He was a person who at times you were close with, but there were times when your husband was not. Is that right?
That's correct.
And there was something going on between he and your husband at the time of June 1st. Were you aware of it?
Well, not specifically.
Okay, so did you know that your husband had blocked him since April 17th of that year?
Yes.
And so you knew there was something in the wind.
Yes. So Alex would have episodes, and his episodes were intense, and he would stop at the store sometimes, half a dozen times in a row. And in my husband had to have boundaries with him, and but that was not anything unusual for Alex.
He did, but you did not.
Well, I have boundaries.
Did you?
Of course.
So how many times did you talk to Alex Sacoaris in the time frame of, say, the beginning of 2022 and the time of the incident?
I don't know how I could answer that question.
I'll suggest
a couple?
something. Hundreds?
No.
More than hundreds?
No.
As many as 1,000 times?
No.
Okay. I'm talking about Alex Sacoaris, the compulsive guy that can't let go.
Yes.
Okay. How about after your husband passed? How many times were you talking to him then?
Well, I tried to get in touch with him because he was there that day.
That's
So,
fine. I mean, like 1 or 2 times, hundreds?
No, never hundreds.
He was a guy that bought and sold coins.
Correct.
There was an issue relating to a bag of coins that had been returned to him. Were you in the store when that happened?
No.
Are you aware that he had a problem with the count on the coins that he had received?
No.
Were you aware that there was any dispute between he and your husband over the value of the coins and the number of coins that were returned to him?
No.
We go back to the scene, and on June the 1st, you got a car that pulls in, and it's a silver sedan. It's a Mercedes. You knew the car.
I knew that was Alex.
And you knew that Alex was in the car.
Correct.
You were talking to the gentleman who was coming on your right, who was inquiring about a drum set or some sort of musical instruments, right?
DJ.
You had your window down.
Correct.
And you were talking and having a conversation with this person. But you saw your husband, and Alex is there. And is Alex's window down? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Were you paying any attention to what was going on there?
No.
You knew that there was an issue between Sackawaris and your husband, that your husband didn't want to be around him, right?
Yes.
And so the window is closed.
Yes. My husband's window.
He never rolls down the window
No.
for that whole 30, 45 seconds, a minute, whatever it
Correct.
was. He does not do that.
Right. Alex at times could be a nuisance and it was that to my husband, because my husband was just a very busy man. And so sometimes he would have the patience for it, and other times he would be at his limit. And so that is where the whole boundaries get. And so the medication would help level him off, and Alex is very open about medications, and he would talk about it, and so you could tell when his meds were working and when they weren't. And
he would tell you that he didn't like taking his meds because of the way it made him feel.
correct,
All right, and so there were times that for long periods of times he didn't take his meds.
correct,
And you knew that he had gotten violent with even family members
yes,
because he wasn't on his meds.
correct.
So
He never displayed any violence to us, to my husband. There was never, he didn't have beef. There was no beef between.
well, he had a beef. Or didn't. You don't know.
I've known Alex for a long time, and my husband knew Alex for a long time, and we knew how to handle Alex.
He was being ignored because he was asking for money and for coins that he didn't get back. Isn't that correct?
I don't know the basis of Alex. Alex could get delusional at times. One day it would be one thing, and the next it could be something very different. You could come to an agreement in one moment, and then the next he comes back, and it's as this agreement never happened. So
Is that what happened to did your husband tell you that?
no, that's what I've experienced with Alex firsthand.
But you have no knowledge from your husband that he was dissatisfied, that Sackawaris was dissatisfied with some transaction that he had with Hutch.
No, because of our encounters with him in the past, it was not something that we would ever discuss in detail, because it would change the next day.
Your husband was carrying a large amount of cash that day.
Correct.
Where'd he get it?
I don't know.
You went to go see Marco just before then. Did Marco give you cash?
No.
Did you take the bag that is in the truck at the time of the shooting? Did you take that into all law?
I don't know if he did or not.
If there was going to be either a pickup or a takeaway of money from the law office for Marco, would you bring a bag in?
Yes.
And would you take a bag out?
At times, there was no money exchange that day with
Well,
Marco.
Yeah, I want to talk to you a little bit about that. You were talking about what it was that was said, and you were a little bit vague about it. You came into the firm and you knew the staff there.
Yes.
On June the 1st, you had a conversation with people in the firm outside of the meeting room between Marco and Hutch.
I did?
Yeah, didn't
Okay.
you? Didn't you?
I don't remember.
You don't recall?
I know that Sarah, the front desk girl, her boyfriend played on the same softball league as my husband. So there was always talk.
Banter back and forth about the softball.
Correct.
And do you recall talking to Sarah and the paralegal, Gabi,
about that?
I don't recall specifically, but if we did, we did.
And that would have put you outside of the room, if you did, wouldn't it?
I don't recall.
All right. There were 3 or 4 things that were discussed in the room, which I'm gonna ask you about and see if you recall. Okay.
So my husband was the one that would speak to Sarah about softball. That was their thing.
Not you?
No.
I
No,
thought you just said that you had people that you knew that played on different teams and
no,
that you
my
talked to
husband,
them.
my husband played on Sarah's boyfriend's team. So they would talk about tournaments. That was something that wasn't, to be honest, it was not interesting to me. For them, that was something they talked about.
But didn't Hutch sponsor a team?
Yes.
Okay.
When I went to the office with my husband, I sat in on meetings.
So what was the purpose of this particular meeting on June the 1st, if you remember?
There was a subpoena that we needed to address. It had come earlier, weeks, if not a month earlier. And it was something that I guess we had the New York trip and we had Memorial Day. And so we had to address it. It was time. I don't remember exactly what they were asking for. It was.
Well, it was a subpoena from the DEA, right?
Yes.
And a DEA subpoena, do you remember the name Taylor Goodnight? Tyler? Good. Do you remember the name of the prosecutor?
No.
Craig Weir? Does that refresh your recollection?
No.
Okay. DEA is a criminal investigation, isn't it?
Yes.
This subpoena was referencing 2 people, one of which you remember, and that is Tyler Goodnight, who is a DEA agent who prosecutes drug cases.
Tyler Goodnight, to my knowledge, was an IRS agent.
IRS. So did you have a DEA subpoena from anyone?
A DEA subpoena, yes. Usually the subpoenas are from the DEA when they come for these forfeiture cases.
So what makes you think it's for a forfeiture and not a criminal investigation?
Because they seize the property of the clients, and they're the ones that are under investigation. The clients are under investigation.
So whether it's a criminal investigation or a civil investigation, you don't know.
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And you know that DEA are criminal
Okay.
investigators,
Yes.
right? And so is the IRS can be criminal investigators too. Correct?
Okay.
So you're
Well,
getting some,
that sounded like she didn't know. I
maybe
object to
she
that.
can say it. If you
I
don't know,
I don't
please
know.
let me know. Okay.
So I didn't know that there was a question there.
Well, there is.
What was the question?
You knew that people that you were working with, people that you were selling your jewelry to, were under investigation by the government.
Yes.
Okay. And from that, you can glean 1 of 2 things. Either they're interested in their money or they're interested in putting them in prison, right?
I
Well,
don't know.
objection, I mean, he's asking her what she can glean from a federal investigation by the DEA. I think that she's not able to do
Like you
that.
said, she doesn't know.
Yeah. If you don't know, you don't know.
Right. She doesn't know.
When you respond, did you get involved in the responses to the DEA subpoenas? Or to the federal subpoenas that you were talking about
Since June 1st, I have.
before that?
No.
Who did?
My husband.
Were you having difficulty at all in trying to document the sales?
I don't know.
Do you keep records of individual purchases prior to your husband's death?
Yes.
Are you able to readily retrieve then every invoice for everything that anybody is purchasing?
We don't keep client profiles, and so it can be difficult to go back and find specific things.
And that's what I'm getting to. So if I asked you about a particular person, could you tell me whether or not he actually bought jewelry or brought jewelry in a pawn type of an exchange?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
And what is the reason for not keeping records?
We're not required to.
Well, don't you have to identify your 8,300 transactions?
Well, as I had mentioned before, we weren't doing that.
And so if I had somebody that I was curious about to determine whether or not they were involved, you couldn't be able to tell me a particular transaction because you don't keep records.
Can you please say that again?
Let me do it another way. Yeah, do you know Darnell Larry?
I do now.
Do you know who he was?
Before June 1st? No,
Did you ever meet with him?
no,
Did you ever talk to him?
no.
Did he ever buy any jewelry in your store?
Well, no, not to my knowledge.
Well, and to your knowledge, could you go back and search records to determine whether or not Darnell Larry was a client?
I could search credit card records and maybe see, but beyond that, no.
Would he have any reason to be calling Hutch's jewelry on 3 occasions prior to the death of your husband?
To warn him.
Warren. Okay, so this is a theory that's espoused by your investigators, is that right?
I don't know. Yes.
Thank
you. It could
And
be.
they could be right, they could be wrong, correct? They could be right, they could be wrong.
Correct.
All right, but they made assumptions and you relied on those assumptions when you sat in court today and said Marco was involved in the death.
Who's they? I'm sorry, Mr. Thomas.
Argumentative,
No, who's they? They made assumptions. I don't know who you're talking about.
talking about the investigators. They made assumptions and you relied on those assumptions. Right?
Yes.
When you came to your conclusion, you didn't have any personal knowledge that Marco was involved, did you?
They showed me evidence.
You didn't have personal knowledge. They showed you things.
Correct.
Okay.
Which is what I hired them to do.
Okay. Did you hire them while Marco was acting as your lawyer?
Yes.
Did you hire them when you were on the phone with Marco, talking about the movie deal or the contract for the unsigned document that we've introduced in evidence here?
I hired them in Marco's presence.
Okay. And he wasn't against it, was he?
No.
Okay. But they came to conclusions and you relied on those conclusions in order to determine that Marco was involved.
Correct.
Okay. One of them was that Darnell Larry made a call to warn you. Did you talk to him?
No,
Who did?
I don't. No one.
Well, do you know if the call was even made?
No,
You know if the call ever came through?
no. I know that Marco Bisbikis was at Darnell Larry's wedding, and that is how I concluded that Marco Bisbikis was involved.
When was Marco at his wedding? Do you know the date?
Not offhand.
Would it make any difference to you if it was years prior?
No, because Marco Bisbikis never revealed to me that he knew any of the Larrys, that he knew of Darnell Larry and or Warren.
Well, let's get back to your investigators. Okay.
Mhm.
They told you that the 3 phone calls were to warn. You got that from the investigators?
I don't know.
You heard it from some other person.
I don't know. You said to me, you told me that Darnell Larry called my husband.
I didn't. I said Darnell Larry called Hutch's jewelry.
Okay.
Okay. I asked you if you knew about it,
And I didn't.
and you don't know about it,
No,
and you don't know the reason why you called.
no.
And when you volunteered that it was because it was to warn somebody, could you imagine this? That somebody had gotten involved in an alleged plot to murder your husband, and then decided that 3 months before that happened, that they make a phone call to warn them when they'd already been and had agreed to do the job and to make money? Does that make any sense to you?
Objection, that's irrelevant.
She said it.
It's irrelevant.
I get to ask the question. She volunteered
I
that
think
she
you
thought, sorry, can I speak?
Okay, yeah, to me.
Can I speak? Thank you. It was she that brought it up. I'm asking a question as a result of what the witness asked or asserted.
But you're adding information she doesn't know. You're assuming facts and asking timing that she claims she doesn't know. She told you what she thought, but now you're adding in information that she now says she doesn't know.
I'll move on. So you went to Allah with your husband to give cash. Were there any times when you went to Allah by yourself and gave cash to Marco?
Yes,
And how much was that and what was it for?
I don't know exactly.
Did you take him $2,500 to represent your father in cash?
I don't know.
Did Marco represent your father?
Yes,
Did you pay for it?
yes,
Did you pay for it in cash?
I don't remember.
Could have been.
It could have been.
What other times did you take cash to him? Now, we're talking about the years 2020 to June 1st, 2022.
I don't know specific dates of anything, and I don't know specific amounts.
How many times in 2020 did you go to the law office with yourself or with your husband to drop off cash?
I don't know.
Could it have been none?
No,
Could it have been, and then could it have been $10,000 or could it have been $100,000 or what were the amounts?
When the drop-offs did occur, it was large amounts, over 100,000, maybe, a couple $100,000 at a time.
So 1 to 200,000,
1 to 500,000.
1 to 500 now.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, so $500,000.
It could be more too.
It could be more. So tell me the largest transaction that you did with him.
I don't know.
Well, how about the $500,000 transaction? You know you did that.
Well, I don't know specifically.
Oh, so it could have been less.
It could have been.
Okay, so you threw out $500,000 because you wanted to make it a point to have as much money in Marco's possession to make him more culpable. What I want to know is what is it that you do know?
Objection. Is that a question?
It sort of was at the
It's a
end.
comment. I think it's a comment on the evidence. And it's
All
improper.
right. Now, I need you to tell me how much money you gave him. Can you do it?
I can't.
As you sit here today and search your memory, do you know any specific occasion when you went there to give him money?
Specific?
Yes,
occasion?
one.
No.
And as it relates to going and doing this, was this during business hours when people were there?
Yes.
And this is when you and your husband are walking in?
Correct.
So could you show the judge what $1 million looks like on a table?
If I had it.
Well,
Yes.
use your arms.
$100
bills, not 20s.
You could fit 100,000, or how much? $1 million? You could fit $1 million.
No, I asked you 100.
In a bag.
I asked you 100.
Oh, $100,000 is this big. In
Of hundreds. Not this big.
Right.
Okay, there you go. So that's 100. And you were banding them in 50s and 100s,
Yes.
right? So you can see these pictures that you have at the table. Is there anything that says there that that's Marco's, that that's your money?
No.
Are you and Hutch in the picture?
No.
Did he ever give you a picture?
No.
But you knew that he took a picture.
I knew that the money looked consistent with how we banned our money.
So you never saw the pictures.
No.
But you told him that you took a receipt, a little tab of whatever it was.
I didn't say that we took a receipt. I said that they would write a number down and acknowledge that. There was never an exchange of a receipt
Well, how would they do that if they didn't count it in front of each other?
because it was understood. So if there was a bag of $300,000 that was brought,
Hutch would say it and he'd say,
and he
okay.
acknowledged it, yes.
Okay.
And then they would end the meeting with an agreement on whatever the balance was.
So today, sitting here, I have no idea how much money was involved. You came up with a number. It wasn't based on the little numbers that they'd agreed upon that your husband took with him. Those don't exist. Or do they?
The one number that exists concretely is $2.4 million.
Where's that?
That is the $2.1 million invested in the movie deal and the $300,000 that Marco was going to drop off and never did.
Where is that in writing?
It is in the agreement. There are text messages and there's a phone call between Marco and myself where he acknowledges it and so I believe that he acknowledged it in writing in that agreement as well.
The agreement's not signed.
No, it's not.
So
He still
where's the
acknowledged.
acknowledgement?
He wrote it. Your client wrote that agreement
That's a typed
for me to
document.
sign.
Well, objection, I mean, we're arguing
It
here.
is a typed document that your client
The
brought.
record
to me.
speaks, the record speaks for itself. And the court has indicated that these are exhibits that have come into evidence. And what they mean is a matter of argument to the court, not to the witness.
Well, I disagree. All right. Ma'am, what's entered into the record is an unsigned document, is that right?
That's correct.
You say that Marco brought it to you.
That is correct.
Who was with you at the time that happened?
Robert Truskowski.
Okay. And at that time, it was in consideration of money for a movie deal.
Correct.
If I look at that document that's in evidence, there's not one mention of skeletons in the closet, is there?
No.
Okay. There were other movie deals that were promoted that Marco tried to get you to be invested in. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Was Skeletons in the Closet the only movie that he
Yes.
talked to you about?
He provided me a script of Skeletons in the Closet.
Do you have that script?
My attorneys do.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Your attorneys?
Well, my.
You mean the people?
Well, I provided it to my attorneys first, and now I believe it's in possession of prosecutors.
If I understand your testimony, the money that you're giving to him in the year 2020 was supposed to be deposited into his trust accounts. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know that he was accumulating funds?
From us?
Yes.
Yes.
For Hutch,
Yes.
cash funds,
Yes.
and that he was holding on to cash.
Yes.
And you talked about Fort Knox, that would imply that he had cash available for you that he was holding on to, that he had not put into his
Correct.
trust accounts.
He indicated that it takes time to funnel it through the trust account.
Well, I would imagine that it might. And that is that you have to take cash and you have to deposit it at different banks so that you can hide whatever it is that you gotta hide.
I don't
And that
know
is the
how he
amount.
conducted his business, but that was,
It's your business.
well, no,
It's not
this
his
was his
business,
business.
it's your business.
Well,
He's
objection,
holding on
that's
to your
argumentative,
money.
and it is Mr. Bisbikis' business, because he's the one that suggested that it go to him.
That's argument. It's her business too, isn't it? Isn't he hiding money for you?
I'm not a lawyer with a trust account, so I
Is he
Mr.
hiding money for
Thomas,
you?
Mr. Thomas, she's agreed with the facts. She's not gonna necessarily agree with your conclusion. That is argument.
Okay.
I understand that is your position,
Okay.
and it's good for you that I understand that.
It was short in my closing argument.
So, she's not going to agree with your conclusion, but you can keep asking her questions.
Up until July 1st, or shortly after that, you were playing Marco along because you didn't trust him.
What was the date? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Because you didn't trust him. You were playing Marco along
From,
because
what was the date you said?
July the
Yeah,
1st, I'm sorry,
Before-
July the 1st.
As of July 1st.
Can you rephrase that?
When you called him on the phone, were you pretending that he was still your lawyer?
Yes,
Were you pretending that you had his trust and confidence?
yes,
Were you pretending that you wanted to invest money with him?
no. I was talking to him about money that I had invested and asking him about the pay structure of when the money would be returned and the investment would be returned and the profits would be paid out.
When is the first time that you had decided that there was a problem with skeletons in the closet?
When I found out that Marco was involved in my husband's murder.
When the people who were doing the investigation for you told you that he was involved?
When the people that were doing the investigation for me showed me his involvement with the Larry family, that is when I decided I could no longer trust Marco as my attorney.
So you recognize that Marco's a lawyer, right?
Yes,
That he represents people that are charged with crime, correct? Or had been charged with crimes.
correct.
Because of his association with Larry, that was the only thing that you relied on to determine that Marco was involved in this case?
It was the fact that he did not disclose that there was clear conflict of interest, and that it felt obvious that he was hiding his relationship with the Larrys. He flat out denied knowing anyone. He flat out denied, he suggested that the last name Larry was a very common last name, and that was going to be a tough thing an obstacle to overcome. And
Can I bring you back to my question?
yes,
That's not in
Judge,
the
excuse me.
that's not in the Forteris report.
I think that he was asking her why she had that opinion, that Mr. Bisbikis is involved in the murder. And she was telling him why. Now, she didn't, that's what she was saying, and he interrupted her. I asked that her answer be allowed to be completed.
Let me start over.
Well, no, I asked that the answer be allowed to be completed.
Did you finish your answer?
I'm finished.
Thank you. At the office, when you're with Marco, your husband and you are in the office together. This is on June the 1st. There are things that are brought up in that meeting, and you said you didn't recall.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
You knew that there was a case pending that afternoon, Roberta Hutchinson versus Joseph Ferguson.
Okay. Yes.
You have to say yes or no. I mean, okay is not.
I don't remember that was discussed.
Okay, that doesn't refresh your recollection?
Well, now it does. Yes.
Okay, so you knew that she had a case against him. She was trying to evict him.
Correct.
You discussed that in the meeting with Marco.
Yes.
Because Marco was the lawyer, and there was a court date that day on June 1st in the afternoon at 2:00, right?
I guess there was, yes.
Well, he needed to settle the case. Did you guys give him authority to settle the case, to pay the guy cash to get out of the house?
I don't know the details of that.
You don't remember discussing that,
I don't remember discussing
but you
that.
do remember discussing that the case was settled.
I don't remember that.
You knew that the case was pending that day.
You're telling
Well,
me that.
can I ask
No,
what
I'm
the
just
relevance-
asking you.
Excuse me, can I ask what the relevance of this line of questioning is?
This line of questioning goes to what was discussed at the meeting, and I want to get into the 4 things that I believe that were discussed,
What's the relevance?
because they bear on what was happening on June 1st as Hutch leaves the office, and what's happening on June 1st with Marco when he leaves the office.
What's the relevance?
Same question, I give you the same answer. I want to get into the 4 things that were discussed with Marco, with Hutch, before he left.
I'll allow it.
Okay.
But if she doesn't remember, then she doesn't remember.
Okay. I've always accepted that, and I will.
Well, no, you keep badgering her with additional information, so you can ask her if she remembers. She remembers.
You call it badger, Judge, I call it probe.
Thank you. I'm in charge.
And I agree.
Thank
So was Sac Horace mentioned?
I don't remember.
Was, there any discussion about skeletons in the closet?
I don't remember.
Prior to that time, do you remember any time in which your husband was angry or frustrated about skeletons in the closet prior to his death?
Angry or frustrated?
Yes.
No.
When was it that you first knew about skeletons in the closet?
In spring, early spring, the day of my father's Zoom meeting. I don't recall the exact date. And that is when, was that the question? That when did could you repeat the question? Yes.
No, that's it.
That is when we knew that it was confirmed that our money was, our 2.1 was invested in the movie.
We were talking about your taking a persona after your husband's death when you believed that Marco was involved. When was it that you came to that conclusion in June?
I don't know the exact date, but it was when I had a meeting with my private investigators and when they showed me a picture of Marco Bisbikis with Darnell Larry and Darnell Larry's wife.
You hired them in the middle of June?
Early, middle June.
And so then it
Early.
was
I think earlier than
early?
I hired them the day that of my husband's funeral, so it would have been within a week or so.
As it relates to your husband's funeral, at the point that you are sending out thank you notes, are you taking on the persona of somebody who is actually grateful for what it is that the people at Allah had done?
Catching the relevance of that.
We're showing the fact that she is showing a different persona than actually is going on, and that she has an ability to say something and look you in the eye and it not be true for whatever purpose it is, whether she thinks it's justified or not.
So I'd like to answer that question.
It goes to credibility.
I was
Well,
fortunate.
you have to wait for the judge to
I'm
rule.
sorry.
She said
I
she's a
withdraw my
boss.
objection.
Okay, thank you. I'm fortunate enough to have a strong family unit around me. So as far as the thank you notes that were sent out, my family went through and handled all of that for me.
Are you saying you didn't write the thank you notes?
That's exactly right.
So, did Hutch ever, or you ever, with Hutch, pick up money from Marco, cash?
Yes.
And so, can you tell me what years that occurred?
No,
So was it more than one time?
probably yes.
And was it over the period of 2020 to 2022?
That would make sense, yes.
Do you rule out the possibility that your husband had picked up cash by himself?
No,
Your husband did not tell you about every transaction that he was involved in, did he?
correct.
Did you know that he was purchasing a house for his mother?
He didn't purchase the house for her, but he,
What street address was that?
the,
Just give me the street.
the Panama City Beach.
Yeah.
I don't know the street.
Okay. So, did you know that that was happening?
Yes.
Was there any real estate purchases that you did not know about?
I don't know what I don't know.
And I need you to tell me now, having learned a lot of things and being able to tell us a lot of things that you learned afterwards, you might give us an answer to that, what you learned afterwards.
No, I haven't learned anything since that I didn't know before.
Can I ask what the relevance of this is to conspiracy and murder?
Okay, the relevance is this. prosecution says that the motive for the homicide, at first they tell us it's a will, well, it's not a will.
Wait a minute.
Then they tell
Wait a
us
minute,
it's the
I
trust,
object.
and now it's a trust. You want an answer or not?
Well, I'd like a truthful answer.
Then Mr. Spitzer, he can say, I'll decide. Okay.
Okay,
Go ahead.
it was a trust, and it is a financial motive. Okay, so now I've got money going to Marco, and I want to explore the money coming from Marco, so that we can show that we can account for what it is that we can account for.
Well, she did testify that money was laundered. That
But how
he did
much?
transfer. She mentioned at least a house for her father, a mortgage of her mother-in-law. I think she mentioned 3 or 4 things. I'd have to go back in my notes. She mentioned that there was money that came. Now she said, you asked her, was there more? And she says, not that I know of. So perhaps she would like to share that information, but she'll tell you if she knows or she doesn't.
So if I want to refresh her recollection, what is the first question that I have to ask her? Do you know? And if she says she does not, then I will ask her if this would refresh her recollection. And then I might be able to get it in that way, and that's what I'm about.
Okay, I'll allow it because she is saying that he didn't give money back. So that's fine. Go ahead.
The house that you had up in Port Sanilac,
Yes,
was it already built?
yes,
Did you do renovations?
yes.
How much money did you spend on renovations?
I don't know exactly.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Probably, yes.
Okay. Where'd the money come from? Cash.
Some was cash, some was check.
How much in cash?
I don't know.
Do you have the checks?
I don't know.
Okay, so where'd the money come from? Can you rule out the possibility that Marco gave money to Hutch for the renovations when he paid cash?
No,
Okay. The payoff on the mortgage at the address, which I'm not gonna say, on Lakeside.
thank you.
That came from Marco, didn't it?
Yes,
And if I tell you the date, June 30th of 2020, does that refresh your recollection about that transaction?
yes,
And was it $467,851?
that sounds right.
Who is Jeffrey Yip?
Jeffrey Yip is our Cartier connection.
And it is paying the Cartier connection for the franchise so that you guys can market Cartier even though you're a jeweler.
Well, that was what was originally proposed from him, but it ended up not happening. It ended up not coming to fruition. We were able to obtain the Cartier account without paying the franchise fee. So
But you gave Jeffrey Yip a lot of money.
yes, because we were purchasing Cartier glasses through him.
Okay. So, Judge, if I can, I'm going to refresh your recollection, but I'm not going to introduce it into evidence. But this is my summary, which I'm going to go through. Ma'am, can I approach? Can I? I'm going to run through what I know, and you tell me whether you remember. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So on October the 16th, 2020, there's $250,000 wired 2 times to pay Jeffrey Yip. That was from Marco's trust accounts. Do you recall that transaction? It's the second, it's 10/16/20.
10/16/20. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Second one.
So I'm sorry. What was the question?
Do you remember paying Jeffrey Yip $250,000 twice in October of 2020?
I don't remember specifically.
All right, what about in December 28th of 2020? Do you remember him paying to Richard Gizzy a check?
Yeah. Yes.
And that's for a Talbot address in Oak Park.
Correct.
That Talbot address is the address that your father lives in.
Correct.
And did he buy that place for you? I'm sorry, did Bisbikis provide the funds from the cash that he was holding in his accounts?
Yes.
Okay. And what about the second
set of payments to Jeffrey Yip.
Yes,
That's a January 20th of 2021, $194,958.50.
yes.
You recall that transaction?
I don't recall, but if it's to Jeffrey, that was for the purchase of Cartier glasses.
Okay. And then in February 12th of 21, did he give $100,000 to Ram Creations in 2 separate checks?
No,
Okay. And why do you say no?
because Ram Creations is another retail jeweler, and we don't do business with Ram Creations.
Why would Marco give a check for $100,000 twice to Ram Creations, if you know, for your benefit?
That's
He would
cause for
not.
speculation.
You want the answer?
She just said he did not.
I know, but he's objecting.
Okay.
I'll
She
take the
answered.
answer. Okay, you had purchased jewelry and equipment. Was this part of purchases for that?
No,
Okay. Do you know what it was for?
no, this is not our purchase.
Okay. And what about a wire on March the 9th of 2021 for Jeffrey Yip in another amount, in the amount of $100,243.76?
That would be for purchase of Cartier glasses.
Okay. And again, on March 9th, another $64,000. Was that for Cartier as well?
Correct.
And so then there was a purchase of H&H Vacation Home, LLC. And this is for property that is in the Keys. Is this the property you talked about that was part of a condo association that you were leasing?
It's a part of a resort.
So the $367,463 was for your benefit, for Hutch's or your benefit?
Yes.
Did you know about this transaction?
Well, I wasn't sure how it was conducted. I did know about it. I know about that we co-own this, so yes.
And you don't disagree that Marco paid it out of his trust for your benefit?
Well, if this, I mean, I don't know what this, if this is a document that he, I don't know. I was uncertain as to whether we handle that transaction or our partner. So I don't know exactly what legitimacy of this document is. If this is, it doesn't look like a bank account. It doesn't look like, it looks like something like a,
There's, of course, a bunch of documents attached, aren't they?
yes,
May I approach?
yes.
All right, take a look at those two. There is supporting documentation there that would indicate who it is and that this is for the benefit of.
This looks like the same thing that I just gave back to you.
Well, the top is, and it's highlighted for the particular transaction. So for the $64,000, if you look at that, it should show you the support documents. And for the other amount, it will show you the support documents for that.
Okay, so there's support yeah, I was not sure how that happened, so, with the H&H. So if this is. Yes. That looks right
Okay,
in the
thank you.
10 second.
So, thanks. What about, following that, American,
She doesn't have a document anymore. I think he took everything away from her.
I took this away, I'm sorry. This is hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Well, what's the total? I mean,
Well, I'll give it to you when I'm done.
okay.
All right. And so, taking a look down the next one, there's $274,973 in 2 separate checks that were to Front Beach, Unit 2204. Do you recall that property?
Well, that would appear to be my mother-in-law's condo.
Did you know that he paid for the mother-in-law's condo?
Yes, I knew that that was happening.
You knew it was happening at the time?
Correct.
So those 2 transactions coming from the trust accounts from Bisbikis?
Correct.
And then there was a
Westland Mall Realty,
Yes.
what do you know about that?
That was the remainder of the lease agreement between the jewelry store that existed at Westland Mall.
And that,
But they got out of their lease early.
was that your mother's? Mother-in-law's?
Mother-in-law and sister-in-law.
Okay, and how much is that?
It looks like $67,000.
$67,578?
Yes,
Okay. And then, that was in June of 2021?
correct.
And then what about in October of 21? Was there a payment to First Credit Union? Do you know who that is?
That's for the boat.
You had a boat and your husband had Marco pay it off?
Correct.
And so that's in the amount of $115,769.91?
Correct.
And finally, not finally, but there was the mortgage payoff on your house. On the pawnbroker's studio.
Correct.
This is the one that was supposed to close on April the 15th and did not until the 19th, but it did close.
It did.
And it's $599,000, 824 cents. That's the correct amount, right?
Yes.
All of these transactions were transactions that you don't disagree with, except for two. That Bisbikis was involved in providing funds for these purchases from his trust accounts or other places, cashier's checks. That was generated from cash that you and Hutch gave him.
Correct.
Okay, and if I take out the $200,000, $2.8,044,810, and then well, that's it. If I take those two out, that's $2.8 million in funds that came from Marco, from cash that you had given him.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've already agreed that Hutch has at times picked up money that you know about, correct?
Yes.
There are times probably that he picked up money that you didn't know about.
I can't say probably.
You
Is
knew
it
he was-
possible? Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you the possibilities. You knew he was a gambler? You knew he gambled, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew he had to pay off his losses, right? Did you ever give him money to pay off his losses?
His losses to who?
To the people that he bets with.
Well, we're assuming a fact that's not in evidence.
Wait,
But
I
what
gotta tell
loss-
you, Judge, it doesn't take a stretch to think that a person who gambles has losses.
Well, Judge, but it's not, we're talking about $20 million that they
No, we're
gave
not.
this guy.
No,
We're not talking about.
We're not talking about 20 million. We're talking about what she can't recall, but maybe between 5 million and 10 million, and then deduct from that the other cash payments that they made
Do
for
we have his
themselves.
trust account? Are we gonna see how much money went into his trust account?
Yes,
Okay,
I mean, they have it,
okay.
okay?
Marcos?
Marco's accounts? I'll be happy to give it to you.
I mean, context, I mean, this is a no context at all.
This has
But
great
you-
context, Judge, because it goes to the cash that went to Marco. She's speculating about the amount of money that he received, whether his trust account is there or isn't there. The cash that went in there is what we're trying to get to the point of. Okay, if Hutch is diverting money for his business, that's one thing. Okay, that's cash out of it. He says 20 million, I say 10. Okay. If he's got gambling losses, okay, he's not paying for it with a check or a credit card.
He didn't have gambling losses.
You're sure?
Yes.
And you're relying on that to come to the conclusion that no money went to pay off gambling debts for Hutch.
No.
Okay. Now, could it be that you as the wife disapprove of gambling?
I don't disapprove of gambling.
Okay, but it is certainly that you don't know that he was a gambler.
My husband gambled, but that doesn't, he was a jeweler. He was not a gambler. He was a father. He was a husband. he gambled, but he was not a gambler.
He was a father, he was a husband, and don't tell me to ask you what other things he was. Because you've got immunity based on the things that you did with him.
Okay,
All right.
okay, Mr. Oh,
I went too far and I'm gonna apologize. I don't know what else to do except for say I apologize. But the point has to be made about the money and the lack of documentation about the money that was received.
Okay, you made your point, but she says it was 20.
She said it was
Or
10 to
10.
20.
You've only accounted for 2.8. You got there. You made your point. So somewhere there's maybe more money, somewhere
Maybe
there
back
may
with
not.
Hutch,
Maybe in Fortnite.
maybe.
So I don't understand. She's not going to agree with your argument.
We know what we know, Judge, and we know what we don't know. And what we don't know is how much money was given back to Mr. Hutch. We know what she had said,
Okay.
and
but
that is that she was
She
there.
can't prove something she doesn't know. So badgering her is not going to change what she knows and what she doesn't know. She does not believe her husband was a gambler. If you have something to show her, perhaps it will hurt her feelings or give us some information that we know, can now know, but just asking her if it's a possibility is not appropriate, Mr. Thomas.
Well, thank you, Judge. I won't add any further.
Maybe he flew to the moon too. So, you know, sometimes speculation just to, there's no jury here, Mr. Thomas.
Judge, I need to explore what she doesn't know.
Okay.
Okay, and if she says she doesn't know, I'll move on.
Great.
All right? But the proposition that it's 10 or 20, to me, is something that is difficult to deal with, and I should be given some latitude in going into that.
So you've proven that they got 2.8 million, and she's told you what she knows. So
That
far.
money went back to Hutch.
2.8 you just showed,
Well, no, I think you missed the point. May I?
or maybe you didn't make it. So go
Yeah.
ahead.
We have these transactions where cash is given and money is being supported in the materials that we've just shown you. But there was cash that came back. He would go to Marco and pick up cash that he had left with Marco because of whatever needs he had. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
But you don't, as you sit here, you don't recall when that occurred, right? I asked you about how many times and you really did not recall that either.
Correct.
And but in the world of things, we're talking about 5 to 10 million minus whatever he gave back, aren't we?
Correct.
Okay. And 5 to 10 million minus whatever it was that Marco gave to. You knew about a Cash App account?
Yes,
You knew that there was $300,000 owed?
correct.
Did you,
To
To
us,
you?
yes.
and that Marco was going to try and collect it for you?
Kyle Murphy represented us in that case.
Was
and-
Kyle Marco's associate?
Yes,
So it was all law that was trying to collect the money back?
yes,
And is that part of the $300,000 that you were asking that should have been returned?
No.
So when did that $300,000, when was that given to Marco?
thank you. Thank you. That was never given to Marco. That remained in an account that was frozen by Cash App, and once that matter was settled, it was released, and we were able to transfer it from our original Cash App account to the bank account that was connected to it in $25,000 increments each week.
Kyle gave you the information on that and you're straight.
Yes, well, I was there for that. So Kyle didn't give me any new information. That was just
Well, you're
something
getting
that was
paid
handled
now, right?
years ago. Pardon me?
You're getting paid now.
No, we were getting paid then. As soon as it was released years ago, we started transferring the $25,000 each week that we could. So that's a matter that was handled and closed years ago.
All right, so there was scripts that were given. I asked you about the scripts.
to verify the amounts. And then you said that there is a script, but then you referred to the limited partnership agreement that was proposed on July the 1st.
Yes,
As we sit here today, are there any written documents, whether scratched on a paper or anything, to verify the transactions between Marco and Hutch?
well, these seem like written documents or documentation. This
You
seems,
said that when Marco would leave or Hutch would leave, that there was a piece of paper.
I said that there was a number that would get written on a piece of scratch paper that was never meant to be documented, or it was just an acknowledgement between two men.
What happened with the acknowledgement between two men? Was
They-
that preserved in any way
In their brains,
in their brains? So was there a running account?
yes.
And so, before Hutch passed away, was there anything in writing to verify that running account?
Well, there was nothing in writing, but there was the acknowledgement of Marco acknowledged in text messages to me after the fact.
But nothing in writing?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know that Marco was able to generate funds from anything other than his law account?
He talked about owning real estate. Yes.
Anything else?
Judge, I'm Judge. Statements of a party opponent are admissible when offered by a party opponent against the maker of that statement. You can't get the statements of Mr. Bisbikis in because he's not a party opponent. I am. That's why I can offer those statements, but he cannot. It's hearsay when he does it. Objection, hearsay.
Well, as we sit here today, we see photographs, Judge, of large amounts of cash on a table that are implied to be money that Hutch gave Marco. And so what I want to explore is the source of that money and whether she knows by some admission that Mr. Bisbikis had that this money was related to criminal activity that was not involving them but may involve him. And so I suggest that it would have been an admission against pecuniary interest and criminal interest.
Any statement of a party opponent is only admissible when it's offered by a party opponent, which is me, against the person that made the statement, which is Mr. Bisbikis. It cannot be offered like in lieu of testimony, for example. Otherwise, there'd be no reason for people to have to come and testify. You could just put their statements in other people. You can't do that. That rule applies as it's written, and as it's written, it'll only allow me to put in the statements of Mr. Bisbikis, not Mr. Thomas.
Okay, so don't tell me what you're trying to prove.
Okay.
Respond.
My response is this. The reason for the hearsay rule is because there's confrontation issues and reliability issues. An admission against penal or pecuniary interest by a person is admissible because it's inherently reliable who would incriminate themselves. And so the hearsay purpose and the purpose of what it is that Mr. Skrinsky is saying isn't served here. Okay? So what I'm asking her is whether Marco
You're
admitted.
saying it's an admission against interest as opposed to a statement by a party opponent?
Yes.
So,
It's an admission against interest by a party opponent. I mean, that always enters into it. That always enters into it. Because you can put your entire case in. Nobody ever has to come and testify.
If that were the case, then any other explanation other than what the witness says that the money is for would be left without an ability to rebut.
No. There's a perfect ability to rebut. I mean,
But you're saying
we
not
have
through
another
this
person
witness.
that can get up and give testimony.
I'll sustain the objection.
Judge, I'll ask for a ruling.
I'll sustain the objection.
You knew that Marco Bisbikis had a law practice?
Yes,
He had represented family members?
yes,
He charged money for that?
correct.
He had independent wealth? Other than the money you gave?
Yes.
So you talked about the movie and the limited partnership agreement. I asked you to take a look at exhibit number 81, and I asked you to show me where skeletons in the closet was mentioned in this document. You want more time to look at it, or will you agree with me that skeletons in the closet?
Well, Judge, this was asked and answered.
There's a prefatory to the next question. Skeletons in the closet was not mentioned. Do you agree?
I would have to look through it myself. I don't want
Can I get a stipulation?
Yes.
All right, I have a stipulation that skeletons is not mentioned. You said that you were surprised when Marco dropped the bomb.
yes, because it was not fully agreed upon that we were gonna do that, and he came out and said, here's what's going on.
And this is over millions of dollars.
Yes,
And so he dropped the bomb, and what month was that?
I believe it was in spring.
Spring of
Early
2021. 22, I'm sorry, 2022.
Yes,
So you continue to use him as a lawyer.
yes,
His relationship with Hutch appears not to have been affected in any way.
correct.
Um,
We trusted him.
Was there acrimony between he and Hutch over this?
No,
Was there any discussions that they had that were heated that you saw?
not that I saw.
Okay, did you see any texts or emails that would confirm that there was some acrimony over skeletons in the closet?
No.
He drops a bomb in March, and you continue to use him through April, May, and June, and into June.
Correct.
Right. You never met the people at El Bravo.
No,
You never went out to Vegas to meet with the actors. I'm gonna move on. Okay. So I want to talk about the trust. Okay. The will itself does not provide for Marco as a beneficiary. Would you agree?
I don't know. I would need to see
Did
it.
you ever tell anybody that Marco had written himself in the will?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Did you ever say to anybody on this earth ever that Marco wrote himself into the will?
It's possible.
Okay. Did you see the media reports?
Some of them.
Did they come from you?
No.
Did they come from somebody directed by you?
No.
The media reports were that Marco had written himself into the will.
Well, objection to the relevance of this. I mean, the media reports, everything, the Tigers and, what is the relevance of this? What does this have to do with a conspiracy to commit murder and a murder?
Your Honor, as this investigation has been continued, and we've heard that from police officers in this case, there have been various theories that have been fostered, both in chambers and out of chambers. The first theory was that Marco had written himself into the will. Well, he had not. The second theory was that Marco had a financial motive. We're trying to address the issue of a financial motive, and that it wasn't the will. And now the third theory is that because he now has written his name as a third alternative trustee in the trust estate, that he must have had some interest that was unusual and that was
Mr. Thomas, I
motivated
don't
to
think you
kill.
want me to respond to that last statement.
You're asking me for my reasons for the relevance.
Okay.
If you say it isn't, then I'll move on. If you say it is, I'd like to explore it.
May I just make a brief response?
Sure.
He's talking about the first theory, the second theory. Whose theories is he talking about?
What difference do these
I don't care
theories
what the
make?
free press says.
I guess there's an argument, but I'm not gonna say them. These are defenses, I assume, that you will use at trial. She has indicated she never was a proponent of any of these theories, so I will sustain the objection and ask you to move on. Thank you.
You were shown the trust document. You remember looking at it?
Yes,
You remember that there was a line for Marco to sign on the trust document?
yes,
That line was excised, and then another signature for Mr. Raptoplous was there? Okay. Were you there when that was done? Was there a discussion about the reason for that?
yes, I don't remember exactly, but it was just that Marco's involvement took him out from being a witness. to
Right.
sign
And
it.
so because he was potentially going to be a trustee in a case, that he
Well,
would be,
that's not
that
what.
he would not
Let
be,
me finish, right?
I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to get the question out. Maybe I'll do it better. Was it because of the potential that as a trustee of the estate, that he could not be a witness and that it might in some way affect the validity of the trust?
Was it, you're asking me, was it because of the potential, or was it?
Yeah, why was it,
discussed?
was it Xed out because of that?
The potential?
Potential that if he does have to serve, that he can't serve if he's a witness.
I don't recall.
Okay. And you were there with Kyle, right? And Marco, when this was signed?
Angelo?
No, Kyle.
Kyle was not.
Kyle,
Kyle
no,
was not present.
Kyle Murphy is his associate. He wasn't there?
I don't remember Kyle being there, but he's not on the document.
And it's the trust document that is supposed to be the motive for the murder.
Objection.
Is that a theory that you are aware
Wait a
of?
minute, I made an objection.
He's objecting.
On April the 5th,
Well, he's asking
15.
a different question, so
I
I guess
am-
he's
I am.
agreeing with you, Mr. Sminsky.
I am, the will and trust were executed on what day?
I believe April 14th.
On April the 14th, then, the four items that you outlined for the trust were reviewed by you in your direct testimony, you remember?
Yes.
Was one of the properties that was supposed to have been pled into the trust the pawnbroker studio?
I don't know.
Well,
Was that?
can I see
was
the
that?
exhibit?
Yeah, yes, was it?
I'm gonna show you because you're not sure.
It's at the back. They're at the back.
If that's what I agreed to earlier, I'll agree to it again.
So now you remember.
Yes.
Okay. This is on April the 14th. And the closing was supposed to take place on April the 15th.
Correct.
And that document was supposed to signify placing the property into the trust.
Yes.
And you were examined relating to Marco's cancellation of that and the fact that it was not closed when it was scheduled. And what was the importance of that?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking me.
The property did close 4 days later.
Yes,
Okay. The property was already pledged into the trust.
yes,
Marco was supposed to be the trustee and was supposed to be able to benefit from his trusteeship if you were killed or if your husband was killed, or
Yes.
both of you were killed, right?
Or die,
I'm sorry?
or die from natural
Or die,
causes.
but this is a motive for murder, and that's what it's been purported to be.
Well,
So I'm just trying to get into that.
Judge, that's assuming a fact that's not in evidence. I mean, who's purporting that to be? The witness?
What motivation would Marco have not to close and not to put property into a trust if he intended to kill
Objection. That calls
and benefit from that particular property?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
You can ask her if she knows
If
why.
you know, does that make sense to you?
do you want a theory?
I asked you a theory. I
Okay.
want you to respond.
I-
How does that make
Whether it
sense?
makes sense to her is irrelevant. This court is the
Sustained.
trier of fact.
System. How much more do you think we have, Mr. Chairman?
Judge, I'm gonna be done in less than 15 minutes. I'm running out of paper.
And how long do you think you will be, Mr. Bellata?
Not too long, Your Honor, probably about, 15, 20 minutes,
And Mr.
maybe
Chairman?
less.
Probably the same.
I wouldn't mind an afternoon break, just for 10 minutes.
Well, can I just finish and then,
As soon as Mr., but my, yeah, I want Mr. Thomas finish. The issue is your FBI agent,
The FBI agents have been sitting in the back, yes.
and how long do you need for those two witnesses?
Between, for just me, an hour.
And they
That would
would
be
be
for
taken out of order. The original plan was that Mr. Darnell Larry would testify before them. I'm sorry.
Darnell Larry.
Darnell Larry, yes, on Friday the 24th.
I'm sorry, it was the end, I didn't mean to disrespect your name.
Don't worry, man. I'm gonna make sure I'm okay. I don't know about nobody else. I'm gonna make sure I'm covered.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, I'll just do one question and I'm done.
Sounds like a plan.
I mean, the lawyer's promise.
Okay. So you say just one.
Did you have your phone with you that day?
Well, I had it.
What day?
I'm sorry, she didn't finish.
Which day?
What day?
Oh, June 1st.
Okay,
Judge, I'm out of here. I'm sorry.
okay.
It's not that I don't listen. My wife says that.
I probably would
What-
agree with him.
But she'll be happy to hear it.
I had my phone with me in the morning and then I forgot it at the jewelry store for our meeting with Michael.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Bellata, you're asking for.
Well, I can go.
I mean, you need a 5-minute
No,
break.
I'm good.
Do you need a break?
Yeah, that's it.
I just want to get it done.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. I appreciate you being here today. I know this area of questioning is bringing up a lot of people members, and I apologize in advance for if I get to sit here. But I do have to tell you that I represent Mr. Angelo Raptoplous. So I do have to ask you some questions. So let me ask you, how do you know Angelo?
I know Angelo through Marco.
And about how many times have you been have you actually met with him in person or seen him in person?
Um,
More than 10 times?
I would say 10 to 20 times.
10 to 20? Thank you.
Over the years.
And how would you describe your relationship with my client, Mr. Raptoplous?
I would say acquaintance.
Have you ever socialized with my client?
No, but he has been to my house.
About how many times?
I believe once, maybe twice.
Okay. And you were talking recently in your testimony about signing the trust. I guess the will and the trust were signed the same day at Alba and Marco's law office. And I noticed from documents that Mr. Raptoplous, my client, signed as a witness. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that he wasn't sitting there with you while you were meeting with Marco? He was brought in to sign because Marco couldn't sign. Is that right?
Yes.
So Angelo, he was somewhere else, correct? So he may have been having coffee. You just don't know what he was doing, but he wasn't in your meeting, correct?
He was somewhere in the law office, and then when it came time to sign, he was brought into the conference room.
Right. But you have no knowledge of whether he read that document?
No.
Or he knew what he was signing?
I have no
correct?
knowledge of that.
Okay. He signed as a witness, correct? That's all you know he did.
Correct.
And as far as you know, he didn't stand to benefit directly from this trust agreement or the will, correct?
Correct.
He wasn't a trustee in the event that something should happen to your husband or you, correct?
Correct.
Back to Alex Sakalaris. A few questions about him. It sounds like you and your husband were sounds like you're pretty close to him.
At times. Yes, at times.
Yes, and I say that because from your testimony, it sounds like it wasn't easy being friends with him. Fair to say?
Yeah.
And then Mr. Thomas asked you some questions about this, and I want to go back to it a little bit. Right, the night before this horrible tragedy happened at Church Road, the night before, did Alex come by your house? Do you remember?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I don't remember.
Okay. Would he at times come to your house to see your husband or you?
Yes.
And did any of those times turn ugly? And I say ugly, I mean, did he ever make any threats or act out of control during those times he visited you at your house?
He never made any threats. Anyone that knows Alex knows that he can act out of control, but that was not out of character.
Well, let me just ask you about your experiences with that, because you made a point to say that that he wasn't violent, but then Mr. Thomas asked you questions about Mr. Sakalaris having a history of violence, and you said, yes, but he wasn't violent with us. Is that right? Meaning you and your husband, is that correct? But you were aware that he had done violent things in the past, correct?
Yes.
And I don't need to get into all of those things, but you were just aware generally that he had engaged in acts of violence against his own family members, for instance, correct?
Yes.
And was there a dispute about some gold coins between Dan, your husband, and Alex Sakalaris at the time, in the time period prior to your husband being killed?
Well, there was always what my husband referred to was coin talk with Alex. Alex loves to talk about coins. It was a hobby of his. It was a passion of his. And so, as far as the dispute, it was always up in the air. The status of the coins.
What type of coins were they? Were they gold coins, or do you know?
They were gold. Most of them were gold. Yes.
And it got to the point, at least this time, maybe this was one of the multiple times that he was sort of on the outs with your husband. It got to the point where your husband blocked him. I guess Mr. Thomas gave you an exact date, I think in April, possibly of last year, but your husband blocked him from his phone, correct?
Correct.
And shortly, moments before he was shot, your husband was shot, Alex Sakalaris pulled up alongside of your vehicle. Did you find that, was that odd? Were you expecting him to be there?
It wasn't odd, but we weren't expecting him to be there.
Do you know how he knew you guys would be there? If you know.
2 weeks prior to the murder, I was at the pawn shop myself. with electricians and tradespeople, and Alex had popped in because he knows our vehicles, and he stopped in and I showed around, and we talked for a little bit, and so
Is that when Alex first found out that you guys were buying that particular pawn shop?
I don't know.
That's the first time. Is that the first time you saw him in relationship to the pawn shop?
I believe so.
So he just popped into the pawn shop?
So he just popped in, he saw our vehicles there, and he popped in.
I guess what I'm kind of getting at is, had he been, like, I don't want to say stalking you guys, but had he been, does he follow you? Do you know? Like, how does he know where you guys are? It seemed like he knew where you guys were on June 1st. I'm trying to eventually get to that.
Well, he would come to the jewelry store often. He was acquaintances, quasi friends with some of the guys that work there. And so it was not uncommon for Alex to pop in at any point in time. He didn't have a 9-to-5 job. He didn't have a schedule. So he would come into the jewelry store, and the jewelry store is only, less than a mile from the pawn shop. So
Okay, we are going to have to one sec. We're going to have to continue this tomorrow because I need to get to bed. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. my time, which is, I think, around about 9 Central, Eastern, whichever again. I have to go to the specialist for my tooth. So I don't quite know what's going to come of it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to talk tomorrow. Can't tell if I just chipped a little more of it. I hope not. So I could always, if I can't talk, I'll let you guys know somehow in chat or something, but we will crack on with this. If I am able to, I don't know. But basically, I need to start work earlier tomorrow because I'm going to be at the specialist at 3. And yes, I am in South Africa, so there's a 6-hour difference. So sometimes it does get a little bit tricky with the time zones. Catherine Schmalz, I'm new to the channel. Is there always this much extraneous noise in this courtroom? I'm not sure. It's our first time watching, and courtrooms are a little bit of a mixed bag. Some of them have amazing sound, but unfortunately, for the most part, courtroom audio is pretty shoddy. What they do here is that the media actually puts their own mics so that they can get better sound. But in the US, it's up to the tiny little cheapest mic that is available. Yes, cough mic needs to be moved, but also in radio, you have a cough button. So you just push it for a few seconds and you can cough. No one will hear you. It's like a little mute. It doesn't click on and off. You just push it down, cough, lift it. That would be great. Fingers crossed and good luck. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Look, he's the guy who took out all 4 of my wisdom teeth in one go. So I have an amazing load of faith in him. And I was still doing radio, so I couldn't be unable to talk for a long time. And to everyone who has joined today, there were a lot of new people. I really appreciate you. And I hope that you subscribed. If you don't want to, that's okay. But if you do want to and you forgot, now's the time. All right. See everybody tomorrow. Catherine, I think it's because it's quite similar to South Africa's Afrikaans is kind of like German Dutch, and it looks kind of like in that realm. Renee, geez, I haven't seen you in a long time. All right, good night. I will see you all tomorrow, and we will start off with, if I can talk, Boone things, and then move on to this pre-trial so that we can get into the actual trial.
Bye.